Hi there, welcome along to another night at the MODUS Super Series. The week is shaping up very nicely. We've had some darting drama, more on that in a moment. But Chris, it's turning into a party you'd want to be at tomorrow night.
Yeah, absolutely. Already got half the lineup after today, and it is looking a bit special.
Yeah, Robert Thornton made it on Wednesday when he won Group A. Group C was completed this afternoon. It went down to the wire. Here's Henry to tell the story.
Gary Stafford rounded off Group C with a solitary win under his name. The man from Hampshire enjoying a good week at the Super Series. For John Nelson, he was our ADC qualifier for Week 6 of Series 3. He picked up a couple of victories to his name in Group C. As for Neil Duff, well, he was really unlucky. He picked up 12 points, put in some really good performances, but players just tended to have the answer the other side. He got this one 5-6 though, to get the better of Chaz Barstow by 4 legs to 3 in his opening match of the day. As for Sam Kanker, he was top of the table going into the final game of the session. However, he proceeded to lose that 4-1 to Chaz Barstow, which would ultimately eliminate him from the competition. Meanwhile, for Matt Clark, he finished second in proceedings. He did that courtesy of legs 1 throughout the course of the group. A couple of 4-3 defeats for him, but the fact that defeats were by that scoreline meant that he went through. But the glory was Chaz Barstow's in the end. He picked Clark to the post in terms of top plate by a solitary leg on legs difference. He had to win 4 on his last game. He did exactly that.
Yeah, remarkable end to the day. That the game we didn't see there was the one between Barstow and Kankit, and that's what it all came down to.
Yeah, it's the savage nature of the Super Series, wasn't it? It's saw 3 players finish on 14 points, and it was actually not separated by legs lost. It was legs won. And ultimately, in the last game, Chaz had to win by 4-1 or better. Sam Kankit missed tops off the back of 1-2-5 to get that much-needed second leg, and it wired tops. So it was Barstow who hit the double and ended up qualifying on the top of the table alongside Matt Clark. So our 3 players for tomorrow night already. Here's Robert Thornton, Chaz Barstow and Matt Clark.
Yeah, lose Sam Kankit cruelly, as Chris just described. Neil Duff was hanging around for most of the day, but he fell by the wayside. Say goodbye to ADC qualifier John Nelson and Southampton's Gary Stafford as well. We'll take a deeper look at what happened in Group C today. By the numbers, it was a bit of a cagey day, wasn't it, reflected in the overall average? Yeah,
we had a few 11 darters today. The 160 from Kankit also had a 156 from Neil Duff, and Barstow with the highest average of the day, 96.97. The overall running average of the day, a little bit lower than what we expected, but there was so much pressure on the line, and Matt Clark actually went 3 games. He lost his first 3 games, 4-3, and it was looking like he was going to do a James Richardson and literally go from winning all 5 games to losing 5 games, but he managed to just hold on in the end.
Yeah, and those 4-3 defeats were actually what helped him get through on legs 1, of course. But as Chris said, 3 players through, 3 places still to be filled, and they're going to come from Group B tonight. So let's take a look at the table after the first day's play. And Richie Howson is as good as there, isn't he?
Yeah, well, he won 4 out of 4, similar to what Matt Clark did yesterday, winning 5 out of 5. But Lee Cox, Johnny Haines, Davies and Darryl Fitton still in the mix. Remember, it's the top 3 of these 5. A lot of the players were hoping Howson runs away with it, and then it'll just go into a battle for 2nd and 3rd spot. And Davies and Darryl Fitton are 1 win away from going into joint 2nd.
Well, this is how the bookies see it, with Richie Howson clearly a strong favourite, odds on to qualify as you would expect. Do you see any value there from the other 4?
I think they're all value, aren't they, when you look at it? I'm amazed they're so long on everybody else, considering what we've seen today as well. I mean, I don't expect Richie Howson to not win it, but stranger things have happened, and I think it's a case of just pick one that you like and hope for the best.
Yeah, that's to win the group. Of course, everybody does have a decent chance to qualify. The fixtures are pretty interesting as well. But Mesa's been making a few of his own selections, as always. Here's what Chris has come up with.
Yeah, first game, Cox against Fitton. Handicap, Cox -125. Well, that's pretty much based on the fact that we know that Darryl always tends to make a bit of a slow start to the session. He did yesterday, but certainly did improve. Haines against Davies. Haines most 180s at 5-4, and then Fitton and Howson at 4-9. It's a just over 6-1 treble.
Yeah, gamble responsibly. Be gambleaware.org 18+ as always. Mace is going to head down to join Henry Deacon in the commentary box for 10 matches, starting with the first, which is Lee Cox against Darryl Fitton.
Chris, thank you very much, and a very good evening, everyone. And we begin tonight's action in the same vein that we finished yesterday. And if it is anything like the affair that we saw to finish off yesterday's action in Group B, then we are in for a bit of a treat, folks. Darryl Fitton up against Lee Cox, and this was the game that lit up the Blue Touch paper overall in the evening session on Thursday night. Fitton a 4-3 winner of a 97.25 average. Lee Cox lost despite having an average of 102.03, 3 maximums to his name, and a 1-3-5 finish. So this could be a really interesting game to kickstart proceedings, and it's a big game to kickstart proceedings, because if Darryl Fitton can complete the double over Cox, it means that below Richie Howson in the table, we will have 3 players tied on 4 points, and that is before we continue our action. Next up, Johnny Haines will be taking on Richie Howson. Paul Hinks is our referee for all of the action this evening. Chris Mason is the man alongside me in the commentary box.
Well, this one, with no doubt, was match of the session yesterday. Darryl winning it 4-3 with a 97.25. Lee 102.03 in defeat
60.
with 3 180s. He had a high finish of 135. It was a wonderful 135 as well, because he had to move, of course, to change the angle of entry.
140.
We both liked Lee Cox here at 4-7. Darryl was 5-4, just because we know it tends to take Darryl a game or so just to get revved up. But once he got going last night, he produced some really good stuff in spells.
You'd expect having that night under his belt as well, that we're going to see better stuff from the get-go from the Dazzlers. Lee Cox sets his stall out very quickly indeed, getting the first max of the match within the opening leg, within the opening 3 throws.
Well, this is day 5 of seeing Lee Cox play, and this is, without question, the highest quality of sustained play we've seen from him in the entirety of playing in the Super Series. And what has been key all week
Shot on the first leg
is the speed he gets out of the blocks, and, well, he can only go 2 quicker than that, because that was an 11-dart hold.
Not a bad way to start your campaign for the evening. Well, it's actually kicking off in the similar vein that he left last night. We were mentioning on the way back down for yourself to the balcony, Lee Cox losing with an average of 102.03. It was the highest average we saw in the whole group. It's the only ton-topping average we saw in the group last night.
Yeah, the group dominated by Richie Howson last night, but as we saw today, with Matt Clark, it's not all plain sailing.
He had a very nice surprise when he found out he was through, because he had no idea.
No, when I went out to join you on the balcony, he was only just aware of it then. I think you just bumped into him yourself and said, "No, you're safe." And he said, "Am
140.
Yes, mate, you're in. It's a bizarre situation that he was second, but due to the leg difference in legs 1, he was guaranteed his spot.
60.
No matter what happened in that last match.
Well, we had a chat with the players for the conclusion of the session in the practice room, and they were saying they were going through this, they were going through that, and they were going through everything else. It was kind of like a turmoil, wondering out what the scenarios were.
Well, a penny for the thoughts of Sam Kankett. As I said to Murph, it is savage, the Super Series, and
140.
that's an example of it. And when you just drop that odd game, it just comes back and burns you. There was a couple of games he lost 4-3 that
130.
Really, with a
61.
bit of better fortune, he would have won.
In here, 61 to level this game up at 1 apiece.
Been a good response, this. On 40 tons, 61.40. Double 18 for a 15-dart hold. Super stuff from the Dazzler.
Darryl Fitton.
Both players clinical on the doubles.
Third leg leader throw first. Game on.
Both legs. One on double 18.
40.
Legs one as well within the space of 5 visits. Lee's being in 11, Darryl's 15. Well, we said it from the outset yesterday,
43.
didn't we, that we expect a high quality from this group, a high ceiling and a good standard throughout. We don't expect many games to drag,
60.
shall we say.
No, all capable, as we saw last night, of producing high levels. Last night, everyone seemed just a little bit edgy.
85.
It was like there was an awareness and maybe at times possibly a little bit too much respect for each other.
Exactly the point I was
60.
about to make. Sometimes you can just be a little bit too respectful when you should be getting a little bit spiteful.
There's times to be lovers, there's times to be fighters.
Very deep.
180.
One apiece in that column now. Lee Cox will be well aware
123.
of the challenge he faces here after, well, especially after last night. And at the moment, he's averaging 102, which he did last night, and it still wasn't enough.
140.
And it could be a case of deja vu as Fitton leaves himself 53 after 12 to go 2-1 up with that break.
60. Darryl 53.
And Cox can only leave himself on 158, so Fitton here, 53. Maybe 2 darts at tops.
$43. Leo Carr 158.
Chance come and gone. But he is going to come back.
56. Darryl Carr 10.
Going to split 2-4-4. Maybe he's taken one out of the Johnny Haines tactics book. But it works for Darryl Fitton as well.
Yeah, he likes that side of the board, doesn't he? And it is a breaker throw.
Fourth leg Darryl through
Leads
first.
2-1 here. Despite, in terms of the averages, being 11 points behind.
Yeah, well, that stems from leg one. He was left a long way back when Lee went out in 11.
140. $95. $61.
Well, that'll do. Takes the one off.
$35.
Feeling the pace here, Lee Cox, isn't he? This has caught him a little off guard. Maybe Darryl is nemesis.
96.
Easy word to say it this time of the evening after a couple of long shifts.
Managed to
137.
get a little nap this afternoon. Not much though. You get your head down, mate?
Just couldn't. So the strong high caffeine
100.
resolution drinks have been deployed this evening. It's one of those break glass in case of emergency situations.
140. Darryl Carr 104.
Familiar blue and silver can.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. Fitton starts in the 16s.
No darkness when you get that down, yeah. Good recovery.
88.
Well, this is a
Leocar
big moment
94.
already here. He's taken out 96. Double 18. No.
54. Darryl 16.
Well, this is for a 3-1 lead. And put himself a leg away from doing the double on Cox. And would really swing the group back in his favour.
Absolutely. Well, it was something that myself and Murph touched on the balcony, that you win your opening game and you're right back in the mix.
Fifth leg leader throw first. Game on.
He'd be on 4 points alongside Lee Cox and Johnny Haines. I have a feeling that this is gonna go to the wire.
Well, the only issue Darryl Fitton's got is he's got a leg difference buffer and gap that he needs to
96.
make up on the rest. Currently on -5. That's the worst leg difference of anyone in the group. Davies currently on -3 in terms of the players in the 2 points bracket.
45.
Lee Cox on +1, Johnny Haines on -1. The 2 players on 4 points respectively.
And again, fills it.
180.
80, number 2. And the average over
140.
90 for Darryl Fitton. 50% on the doubles.
$58. 45. Darryl 167.
Wants to leave this tidy.
59.
Doesn't find the
Leocar
cover.
156. $40. Darryl 108.
Has options. 4 19s. The double 16. And that's awkward.
60. Leocar 116.
Well, this is to save the match now for Lee Cox. He isn't going to get a go
60.
on the double 18, so
Darryl
Fitton
48.
back for a 4-1 success to do the double over Lee. And to really blow this race for qualification for tomorrow night wide open. It's going to be 2 at double 16 for the Dazzler. He only needs the 1, and Darryl Fitton completes a double of victories against Lee Cox, getting the better of him by 4 legs to 1. And on both occasions, Lee Cox had the higher average, but it's Darryl Fitton, that 86.12, 4 out of 7 on the outer ring. That is what sees him into the winner's enclosure in this one. It means below Richie Howson at the top of the table. 3 players all planted onto 4 points. Davies on 2. We'll see him in a couple of games' time. But up next, Richie Howson in action against Johnny Haines.
Well, after that flying start from Darryl Fitton earlier in this group, it's left Lee Cox maybe in a spot of bother, just missed out in Group A to Robert Thornton. But Richie Howson, well, he is almost there. He takes on Johnny Haines in a battle between the two players occupying the top two spots. But Howson won this fixture 4-1 yesterday and won all of his matches last night. Another victory here, or indeed in any of his games tonight, would confirm the Owl as the fourth player through to finals night, with the other four in this group left to fight it out for the final two spots. He'll want to get it done now and avoid the type of drama we saw this afternoon. Will it be an early bird special, or is he about to get punked? Back to Henry and Chris.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yes, Howson is on the hill, on the cusp of qualification into finals night, and he would be a really good addition to the field. But Johnny Haines is one of those players that in Group B we've seen so many times here at the Super Series. Is such a live wire and dangerous opponent. And I think Johnny Haines, as the night goes on, progressively got better. But you saw in his opening game yesterday, he averaged 90, was unlucky to kind of be on the wrong end of the scoreline against Lee Cox.
Yeah, absolutely. He bounced back well, didn't he, with a win over Darryl in the very next game. But for Richie Howson, it's one of those ties he'll look at. He'll be aware of the quality. In fact, in their meeting yesterday, although Richie won it 4-1, he averaged 87. Johnny Haines averaged over 91.
First
Took
leg
out
is
a
Johnny
101 and
first.
missed a couple of doubles, odd doubles here and there in legs he was getting a chance in. Not the type of player you want to play in your opening game, really.
40.
As he hits 40, says, well, why is that, Chris? He was aware of the
60.
drama today in Group C. And that would have just kept him in check. Seeing Matt Clark get put through the ringer.
23.
And of course, Matt Clark was in an identical position to Richie Howson, top of the table and unbeaten. Incredible for Darryl. He lost his opening 3 matches yesterday. And then it's back-to-back wins
95.
against the same player, and he's put himself right in the mix.
Well, it's pretty much 2 from the remaining 4 players in this group if Richie Howson gets this win here.
140.
Well, yeah, Lee Cox and Darryl Fitton will be hoping for a win, of course, for Richie Howson.
100.
So Johnny Haines will remain on the 4 points and within striking distance. Darryl Fitton back in action straight away after this one.
100.
Maybe playing Davies, and that's a nice scenario because you've had a game on stage, you're already warm, and you're taking on a player who's cold and has waited a while for their first match.
And a player that's
43.
eager to make a point, and sometimes you could be too eager to make that point in the first game of a particular evening.
Well, we could very well have the scenario where got Richie Howson
58.
qualified on 10 points and the rest of the field all on 4.
Then we will definitely get the abacus out.
100.
Multiple.
Johnny O'Carr 140.
Abakai.
Correct.
I am learning.
92.
We never stop, young man.
103.
Every day is a school day.
Every day is a tough day for the players here at the Super Series, but this will make things a little easier
63.
for Howson.
Johnny O'Carr 48.
That was for a break of throw.
Haines for a hold of throw, which perhaps he wasn't expecting to have the opportunity to get.
Game
But he
shot on the
finds a
first
double
leg.
10.
Johnny
He
Haines.
opens up a 1-0 lead. And sometimes it doesn't matter how, you just got to get over the line. And that's what Johnny Haines has done in this particular leg.
Second leg, Richie to throw first. Game on.
This was
140.
part 1 of Henry's highlights this evening on the RPG TV Greyhound Racing Show.
What did you pick, mate?
Over 2.5 180s at 11 to 8. These two prolific 180 hitters, none up to press. Peacock's under 1.5 legs against David Davies at 5 to 4. And over 92.5 high checkout for
60.
Richie Howson against Darryl Fitton later on at 6 to 5.
The way Darryl started, he might need a big finishes.
30.
Darryl got progressively better. Well, the way he started tonight, look out.
There's a possibility you could have Robert Thornton and Darryl Fitton on the same bill alongside
30.
Richie Howson. Not a bad lineup if that was to be the case. What's got the local
And
boy?
Matt Clark.
60.
All the players, of course, would have played in the BDO World Championships.
That is a legendary who's who.
101.
It's definitely 101. Mistake there with
100.
the score.
Richie's last score was 101.
It'd be on 170.
Now, whilst we sort that out, we'll...
Oh, just a quick catch up. Congratulations to Barry Van Peer, who won Challenge Tour 6 today, and well, friend of the Super Series, John Henderson, won
Richie
Challenge Tour
170.
7, defeating Ron Moulenkamp in the final. Both players who actually lost tour cards this year. Niall Cullerton was edged out 5-4 in the semi-final. Stefan Belmont was beaten 5-3 by Henderson in the
98.
other semi. But good runs for Super Series regulars. Scott Marsh made the quarters, as did David Orzewski. Rhys Colley.
125. Richie Wakar 72.
Tom Taylor made the last 16. As did Bioweski. And Adam Hunt. All players that you'll be
Game shot on the second
familiar
leg.
here
Richie Howson.
with at the Super Series. It's the who's who, isn't it?
We love a who's
Third leg,
who.
Johnny to throw first. Game on.
Should have one of those Super Series games. You know that Guess Who? What we should have is we should have all the players' faces on, and we just go ding, ding, ding,
55.
ding, ding. This player is XYZ. Ding, 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 ding.
Like it. We're going to be introducing lots more shoulder content for your enjoyment. You get to know the
140.
players and the staff a little bit better.
A lovely little VT coming up tomorrow night, don't we? With all of our favourite
100.
hashtag modus memories.
Yeah, I'll be disappointed if I don't make the short list of the majority.
What could you possibly be referring to?
97.
We will be announcing next week's lineup a little bit later, I think. We used to save it, but of
140.
course the odds compilers tend to leak it before we announce it. So once it's already out there, which it is now, we'll slowly go through and
118.
discuss the contenders. But it is a fabulous lineup.
The odds compilers get it all ready so they can send it out to their relevant markets. It's not a product that's just built on in the UK. It's sent out to
Yes,
markets in
worldwide.
Holland and the Asian markets as well. It really is a worldwide product, the MODUS Super Series. It's viewed on YouTube
45. Johnny
from
O'Carr,
all quarters of the
106.
world, whether it be from Portsmouth in the UK to Queensland in Australia.
$66. Richie O'Carr 101.
101 for Howson. Treble 15 to himself, double 18. So Haines is
50.
going to return
Johnny
the
Lucar,
tops
40.
for a 2-1 lead.
Should be able to use that.
30. Richie
Wow.
Lucar, 41.
Have to feel like he'll get punished for that. This man doesn't miss too many doubles, does he? Super reliable.
9.
Well, the
Johnny
commentator's
Lucar,
curse
10.
is flying already this evening.
As you were saying, the traditional Haines split. And the
Game shot on
traditional
third leg.
Haines
Johnny
hit
Haines.
to lead 2-1. Well, this would add a spanner in the works for the likes of Cox, Fitton and Davies.
And he's dodging some bullets here. Johnny Haines,
Fourth leg,
both
Richie to
his
serve first. Game on.
winning legs coming in the 7th visit. Back to back. 21 darters for him in terms of winning legs. And
43.
a 17 darter for Richie Howson in the middle.
No, it don't matter how, it's just getting the job done.
125.
Of course, you can get in contact with us here at the MODUS Super Series as Howson provides us with the first max of this match at MSS Darts, as you can see on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. And get in touch with us with your hashtag MODUS memories.
95.
We'll be reading some of them out over the course of the next couple of days.
And don't forget, if you want to join us here down in Portsmouth
45.
at the Live Lounge, the tickets are completely free. You just have to register over at dartshop.tv. Just fill in the
100.
application for your ticket, and it'll be waiting for you on the door free of charge. The doors open at 6:30, and it's also a cheap night out. 3 tokens for a tenner. Buys you
131.
3 drinks of your choice.
3 pints for a 10, that's not a bad night out, is it?
Cheaper than the spoons down the road.
Absolutely. And we're going to have a little bit of fun as well
47.
tomorrow. We're going to get
Richie Lucar, 102.
all the lights going. We're going to have good fun with the crowd, our 2-year
Yeah.
anniversary day.
Gonna have a little party before the action kicks off at 7:30, where you'll be able to watch
86.
all the coverage
Johnny
live on
Lucar,
our
134.
MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, and then it'll be over to the Sporty Stuff TV channel, channel 430, from 10 o'clock.
94. Richie Lucar, 16.
We'll still be live on the YouTube channel throughout its entirety of tomorrow night's session. You won't miss a dart.
12. Johnny Lucar, 40.
Howson's missing a few doubles. 1 from 9.
Game shot on the fourth
No
leg.
such
Johnny
issue.
Haines.
For Johnny Haines, and despite the 180 in the leg from Howson, it's a breaker throw.
And so now we bring up the Matt Clark issue from earlier on
Perfect,
today,
Johnny to
because
third
Howson is
first. Game on.
staring down the barrel of defeat in his first game of Friday night, having gone a perfect 4 from 4 on Thursday. Matt Clark did likewise in Group C, won every single
100.
game on Thursday morning, proceeded to lose the first couple on Friday, although it was enough in the end for him to go through, although that was by the narrowest of margins in the end.
60.
But the difference for Howson is he's got much more of a cushion compared to Superman.
98.
Johnny Haines does go through to tomorrow night.
100.
Last time he was here for finals night, did bring a sizable contingent down with him from Wiltshire.
Chaz Barstow also qualifying. He usually brings a
57.
fair few down, doesn't he? Bit far for Matt Clark's family and friend. He's up in Wigan now, of course. Sure we'll get
140.
too many people down from Robert Thornton's hometown, as that is 500 miles.
Literally.
Yeah.
45.
Although I do have a feeling the name Robert Thornton being in the field will
Yeah.
attract a fair few.
Absolutely. Come and watch the current and back-to-back World Seniors champion live in the
60.
flesh and up close.
May even get a selfie.
Well, you will. Very accommodating is the Thorn.
140. Richie Howson,
Bit of
141.
Thorn in everyone's side so far this week. Form he's in. Can't see that changing Saturday night. Certainly on everybody's shortlist, I would have thought.
117. Johnny Howson,
Well, that's
61.
just 1 in 10. It was a UB40 song, wasn't it? A number on a list.
There's one dart at top, so
41.
Haines to wrap up a 4-1 win. And so Howson is
24.
going to get a second go at the 24.
Would have put a big dent in the leg difference of Richie Howson as well. Would have gone, well,
18.
still a chance. He's on
Johnny
8
O'Connor,
points
20.
plus 8. Could well remain on 8 points, but plus 5.
Splits 2 double 4.
16. Richie Howson, 6.
So Howson gets a reprieve, but it is down at double 3. He attacks the shot, goes straight for it.
No score. Johnny Howson, 4.
Oh, Haines gets another go for the match. Twos
shot in the match,
never
Johnny Haines.
lose. And for the first time in this group, it is defeat for Richie Howson as he is edged out 4-1 by the punk Johnny Haines. So success for him really makes things interesting in terms of the group because Howson stays on 8. Johnny Haines moves on to 6 points. Now puts himself in a really good position in the context of the group. He'll now hope that Davies can possibly get the job done against Darryl Fitton. But the ball very much now in Haynes' court. Davies, the last player we yet to see here this evening, he takes on Darryl Fitton. That's coming up after this short break.
Welcome back after 2 4-1 scorelines in our opening 2 fixtures. David Davies is out for the first time this evening, and after a 4-1 win of his own against his opponent in this third match of the night, Darryl Fitton, he kept his hopes alive at the end of yesterday. Still will be disappointed having been in good positions in other games, but Fitton has come out firing, winning his last couple of matches, one with a brilliant performance at the end of the night against Lee Cox, and the same again with the first match of this evening. So will Darryl continue to dazzle, or can David Davies double his tally and make it a 3-way tie in third place on 4 points? Let's find out in the company of Chris Mason and Henry Deacon.
Thank you, Murph. Yeah, there was one game that myself and Henry were just discussing that really stands out, and it was the match for David against Lee Cox. He lost it 4-3, but in that match took out a finish of 141-1, and he missed double 18 on 156 for the match, didn't he?
Yeah, and he steadily got better as the night progressed. He had a couple of 80 averages to kick off his night, but then as the evening went on, an 86.05 in defeat to Johnny Haines, who himself averaged 95. And then in this particular meeting yesterday, this was Davies' solitary win on the board, averaging 88.75 in that victory against Darryl Fitton, who himself averaged 86, but it was 1 out of 8 on the doubles, which came to cost Fitton in the end. As far as David Davies is concerned, he's one of those players that I think we know what we're roughly going to get from it. It's going to be around that 80 to 85 range as a default, and will occasionally move above that.
Yeah, well, he not only did he have that 140 and 121 finish in that match, he also took out a 138 in that game against Darryl. So
97
knows how to finish and finish big. They both steadily just got better throughout the night, but I think that match against Lee Cox really hurt David, because he came out and then walked into the best display of the night from Johnny Haines, who averaged 95.2, took out a 141 against David in that one. David still averaged over 86.
1 out of them, 40.
What about you? But I think David's one of those players who I'd like to see just come back more and more and more, because I think every single time that we see him here, I think we're going to see a better version. I think we've already seen in this particular phase compared to the last cycle. I know we had a 5-day window with him, but as an ADC qualifier last time. But
yeah, on debut, it's always tough. You've got to find your feet. You sort of work things out during the week of what works, what doesn't work, your timings, trying to get your sleep pattern right. And let's be honest, he was only didn't make the final on debut because of legs difference, wasn't it?
132.
Won 4 out of the 5 on his final day on the Friday in Group C, and it was just not enough. Just edged out.
That slow start on the Thursday, which came to cost him ultimately in the end there. But certainly there's a lot to work with, and there's obviously a lot of people that obviously see the ability there. As you can see, sponsors left, right and centre on the shirt.
Yeah, and he's predominantly focusing on the ADC system right now, so I don't think he'll need an invite back. From what I've seen, I'd be amazed that he doesn't automatically qualify for a return via that system.
Game shot in the first leg, Darryl Fitton.
Darryl was the 8-11 favourite for this one. David was evens, despite the fact when they
game on.
met in match number 8 yesterday. As I've already said, it was David who won comfortably 4-1.
60.
When Darryl walked into the building tonight, I just saw a much more relaxed figure compared to yesterday. Well, I think maybe there was just a couple of those pre-match nerves. He spoke to me last time he came here, and he said he's not playing as much as he perhaps was once upon a time, that the main basis this year will be some Super Series action. There'll be some World Seniors stuff as well. And so this for him is kind of course he wants to be successful, but this is a lot of the ticking over process as well for Darryl.
Yeah, and of course, Darryl, one of the most popular players on the exhibition circuit. And only now, really, are they just starting to get back up to speed after So many years of course, being unable to do them because of the restrictions.
134.
There's no better practice than doing exhibitions.
Should we do some of those bigger shows where you're in front of a stage, in front of
Yeah.
about 900,
81.
well, look at the event in Swansea, 900 people packed out to the rafters down in Swansea at the Mecca Club.
Great
down there with
lineup as well.
Ospreys. Oh, very good lineup.
Yeah, I did the one last year with Luke Humphries,
45.
Gezi Price and Johnny Clayton. I came fourth.
Did Paul Starr announce you as the MODUS Super Series champion?
I had to play Johnny Clayton and made the mistake of hitting a
36.
180 and winning a leg. Yeah, wasn't wise.
Yeah, you shouldn't really play well against Johnny.
Honestly, I didn't see him after that. He hit so many 140s at one point. I was just begging for a 180, just to put me out of my misery.
30.
Literally all that's happening was you were just walking in a straight line and all you could hear was lights go off and the cry of 180.
Yeah, I was just a spectator.
Do they ask for your admission money at the door?
Gezi actually won that
44.
night. Beat Luke Humphries in the other semi-final and then beat Gezi in the final. Beat Johnny in the final.
Yeah, it's down in Swansea, up in Swansea from where we are in Portsmouth, and up in Scarborough as well this evening. Good lineup in that one, a MODUS exhibition night up there. If you want to go and see one of them, that's all available via dartshop.tv. As Fitton wants a 1-2-1 here to double his lead, with Davies sat poised now on 32 to level this game up at one apiece.
If you've not been to one of the exhibitions, South over, they are a wonderful night out. 9 for double 8.
16. WK 24.
Could be costly.
Because so far in this match, he's been outscored by the Dazzler. That was his first real opportunity, and that was with throw.
Game shot on the
And this,
second leg.
even though a
Darryl
break,
Fitton.
it feels like a hold for Dell. That was the kind of stranglehold he had in that second leg.
Well,
Third leg, Darryl to throw
he's
first.
halfway there.
Game on.
making it 3 out of 3. He won his final match yesterday. He won his opening match today. And from being bottom,
58.
he could find himself joint second with Johnny Haines on 6 points. That's how quick these Group Bs can
80.
turn around.
Bit like that Naughties rap song. Started from the bottom, now we're here.
That's about the only part of the lyrics you can use.
Content for everyone, Chris. Content for everyone. Finally, a reference you got.
What's the not safe for work or something, isn't it?
Can we have the...
140.
You know, we had that hashtag on the bottom of the screen. Yes, I think we should have like a PG bracket. And to be fair, could we have like an 18 one and then we can just say what we want? Actually, that probably isn't best advised, is it?
136.
Super stuff from Fitton, leaving 170.
$60. WK 170.
The fish for Fitton. Go on, go for it. You know you want to, Darryl.
130.
Oh, Darryl. You're meant to dazzle us.
If it was an exhibition, he would have done.
36. WK 40.
I say tongue-in-cheek as he goes for tops for a 13 darter. Sensible play with Davies, not on a finish. Two fives.
No score.
Well, that could actually end up being a happy accident.
Agreed. Certainly be, well, he'd love for the double to have gone in, but you certainly prefer to be coming back at tops than 5 or double 5.
105, Darryl 40.
3-0, and because of the bust on the double 12, we can head back for tops.
Game
And
shot
find
in the
it.
third leg, Darryl Fitton.
Well, this is becoming very interesting indeed. And suddenly as well, what this does do, this is going to pile the pressure on David Davies, because if Fitton wins this, Haines on 6, Fitton on 6. There's a 4-point buffer as far as Davies is concerned, and he would still only have 6 points left to play for.
Yeah, 2 points for a win. And after this
59.
one, he's only got 3 matches left. There's the hashtag to use on the @MSS Darts Instagram, Facebook and Twitter. Got any questions
40.
for us or any of your favourite Modus memories? Get in touch. If they're any good, we'll read them out.
$140.
A nice little pick here as well before the action got underway on stage with us and the players.
Yeah, that's on our social media pages. All the team up there, the
150.
5 players, myself, Henry and Chris Murphy. Something we're going to do a little bit more of that.
It's like that school photo, wasn't it? Or who goes where? Where do we put everyone?
162.
Super visit there from David Davis. Not going to go away quietly, that's for sure.
100. David Ducar 140.
He's got 6 from here.
$60.
Gonna need them.
Now Fitton would crave a 2-treble visit. Gonna happen this time. He's just got to try and leave something now.
58. David
He
Ducar
doesn't
80.
do. And so David Davis, well, he has the luxury of time here. Double 10.
$60.
If you're going to miss it that side of the wire.
Yeah, and when your opponent's not on a finish, he's going to be on now.
100. David Ducar 20. Game shot on the
2
fourth
10s to
leg,
bring the
David
arrears back
Davis.
to 3-1. But it is Fitton with the darts here to seal a 4-1 success. That should be our third consecutive 4-1 victory for someone if Fitton could get over the line. The second in his leisure after getting the better of Lee Cox by that scoreline in game number 1.
Strange how it goes in sequences. You get a full 3, you tend to get a run of them, don't you?
62.
Well, this morning, the first 5 games all went 4-3.
Well,
that's exactly what David Davis wants at this particular moment in time. The
95.
way he can claim victory is by overturning a 3-0 deficit.
$140.
He's making severe inroads on the Darryl Fitton throw here.
Back to back. 140s
40.
for David. Darryl has just lost his way here. Real opportunity for David to get right back in the match. He will have the darts in the next one.
43.
If he breaks here to level.
$90.
Minder up next, Richie Howson in action against Lee Cox. And for Howson, we'll see him into tomorrow night's action.
95.
The live lounge.
Yeah, just one win away. Needs another. Gets another.
134.
Huge pressure now on the
Davies
83.
for
May only get one dart at the ball if he misses the 51. Single 16. Ball.
Game shot on the 5th leg, Davies.
And he got his finishing boots on. He really can finish. 15 dart breaker throw with that 83 on the ball. Denying Darryl
6th leg, Davies to throw first.
the
Game on.
opportunity to win it 4-1. Only wanted 80.
Now suddenly it's the Welshman throwing for a level game, a last leg decider.
100.
It's come to the finishing. Both players with 6 darts at a double. And both players with a nice percentage, 50 and 33.33, the respective figures. But Davies, in terms of the scoring stakes, you'd think on passage of play now will present itself with more opportunities when you look
97.
at the scoring power pack, which in terms of the 140 plus segment, heavily is weighted in his favour.
Been the more explosive of the
31.
two.
$43.
But the issues have been the 140s have been followed with visits akin to that.
Yeah. Which effectively undoes the hard work
140.
that was needed.
You're effectively better off getting 2 tons in that scenario.
$58. $100.
Do a lot else after straying into the treble 7. Had he hit the treble 19, he would have gone ball. The 25 would have been 101 to leave the 170, which is why he started down there.
$25.
So Fitton now 6 darts in his hand to get the job done by 4 legs to 2 and to save the drama that would be
59.
a deciding leg.
Nobody likes those, unless you win them, of course.
Bit like a penalty shootout. Well, they call it in the
82.
football playoffs, don't they? It's the best way to get
112.
promoted, but the worst way to lose out.
Our equivalent, of course, is the 9-dart shootout.
Only good players win them.
34. David Dukan, 96.
Well, a mistake from Darryl. Double 17 and tops. Darryl will be back this time. Can he seal
64.
the deal?
Dukan, 78.
Can the Dazzler get it done? To be for 3rd win on the spin, having lost each of his opening 3. And he is going to get 1 dart at the top of the board to get it done, but it bounces out of the
38.
double 5 bed.
David Dukan, 32.
Caught the flight on the way in, didn't it?
It was actually a well thrown dart. It deflected, went into the double 5, and then came back out again. But
Game
that
shot on the
is
6th
smack
leg.
bang
David
in the
Davies.
middle of the double 16. And so for the first time this evening, we have what was the fateful fate of Group C, which was the last leg decider, and all the best leg.
7th final.
And it's a big
Charles
leg
to go first.
For
Game on.
Messrs. Fitton and Davies in terms of their respective groups. So David Davies, this has the feel of must win. for Fitton. If he can get over the line here, he'll move level on points with Johnny Haines. And when you look at the fixtures that are to come, Richie Howson in action up next against Lee Cox. And then Fitton's next game is against Howson in a couple of matches' time. And sandwiched in the middle of that is the game between David Davies and Johnny Haines. Well, if Davies can
58.
win this one, sets up an intriguing one in game number 5 of our evening.
Shocking start to the leg from Darryl, but it's not been punished.
45.
All around it. There's just not even one more drop in. 6 darts thrown. Coming up dry on each of them. No such drama for this man. And what a time to find your first 180 of the match.
That is what they call clutch.
Cool timing.
85.
Call that a Rolex shot.
Well, Darryl at 3-0 up. Looking like he's just going to run away with it. David Davies on the cards here.
42.
To make it 4 on the spin. Don't see too many comebacks from 3-0 down.
But credit to his temperament, because it hasn't changed from 3-0 down. It hasn't changed now. When he's on the hockey, it does not change. He's very much a poker face player. You don't want to be playing him for a couple of chips, put it that way.
44.
Not unless they've got salt and vinegar on them. Has to fill it.
$125.
And the frustration from that is because it's not left a finish. 140, of course, would have left him 156.
It's a good, but not quite carling.
That will hurt as well, seeing that final dart go in the treble. He knows at least David will get a dart at the ball to win it and complete
77.
the comeback.
David Ducan, 84.
And 2 points gained. After 3 legs looked as if it was going to be slipping by the wayside, but David Davies now has 2 darts at double 12. The solitary one at double 6 is enough for a comeback victory, which could be so crucial to his Group B campaign, because it means now 3 players are locked on 4 points in Group B in positions 3, 4 and 5. It's going to be a frantic race towards the line, that is for sure. David Davies securing the win against Darryl Fitton. Well, that is the double for David against the Dazzler. Well, we're going to take a short break. When we return, Richie Howson can rubber stamp his way through to finals night with a win against Lee Cox.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
And it is just about the last chance for you to secure your tickets for Saturday night. They are free. Head to dartshop.tv, do it now, and you could be here at the party in Portsmouth tomorrow. Richie Howson now has another chance to book his place at finals night. The Owl lost his first match of the evening against Johnny Haines, but having won all of his games last night, the second of his 4 bites of the cherry is about to get underway. Can he do it? Or will he be Cox blocked? He faces Lee Cox in the company of Henry and Chris.
Thanks, Murph. Yeah, another opportunity for House, and just the one win away from securing his spot with Robert Thornton and Matt Clark and Chaz Barstow. We know 3 in around about an hour or so. We may be a little bit wiser of the other 3, but not if Richie doesn't get a win here.
Because then we've got a scenario where it's 8, 6, 6, 4, 4. And then the scrap paper comes out and there's going to be ripped bits all over the commentary box floor.
Yeah, this was a tough one for Lee to swallow against Richie yesterday. 4-3 with an average over 90. Richie 94-29, but he had loads of opportunities in that match.
First leg is Richie to throw first. Game on.
All our games this evening being refereed by the legend that is Paul Haines, one of 11 referees, as we now know, who have taken to the Live League / Super Series stage.
Yeah, your tungsten teaser, of course, revealed this afternoon, which was the
95.
16 people to have presented or do commentary here at the Super Series in the past 2 years.
44.
Couple of toughies in there, wasn't they? Jar, one of them, and George Noble, who did 1 game on a Monday morning.
I wonder why that was.
140.
I might have just slightly overindulged in the Super Sunday activities and forgot to set one's alarm. But that is
80.
the fastest I've ever got from the Premier Inn in Southampton to the then Live Lounge Studios. It was like Usain Bolt up the road.
That was why I was glad I didn't have to work the day after the Christmas do. I'll be honest, I don't think I would have made it. I think I would have been in your scenario.
140.
Well, there was no one else there, of course, because we were on limited staff because of the conditions. So the only person that actually wasn't doing anything in there was George. So, yeah, he stepped in to do the one match. I'd have to find out which game it was, actually.
Got to find it somewhere, haven't we?
He wasn't a happy camper. I wasn't particularly popular that day.
140.
Remember that
I didn't get a hot chocolate
70.
on the Costa run, let's put it that way.
Didn't have time for a Costa. And then 216 to Howson for the opening leg. In the regulation 15 on the back of that 139 setup.
He was 1-2 favourite here, Richie Howson. 6-4
Second leg leader through
against
first.
the darts, Lee Cox.
I remember those days back in Southampton where at
100.
the end of every leg we had to make sure we were sat up because there's camera right above the TV monitor where we watched all the action came onto us, and we didn't have any talkback back in those days. So we literally stayed there for as long as we then saw the
100.
picture cut to the next leg.
Well, and then if there'd been an issue with the scoring, they would cut to you to just fill and
41.
hold. I had the misfortune of having to hold for around about 15 minutes. It ended up like a life story.
I remember my first ever shift. I had to hold for about 6 minutes, and you know what it's like, the nerves of a first shift. It's like, oh no, that was a hashtag MODUS memory.
It was.
60.
Nice. Now we can actually look back upon those days and look back at a bit of a nice smile, good memories. But you know, the live lounge reports of this competition is being elevated to yet another level.
100.
It's just amazing to see the players just happy to be back in action and
60.
playing some competitive real darts rather than remotely. And of course getting the opportunity to earn some much needed money, because we were their only source of income back then. I think is why there's so much loyalty
100.
to our product by the players, and they still remain appreciative to this very day.
You think about the likes of Lee Cox and Jamie Kelling, who were there right from the very start.
140.
And they've
Richie Howson,
grown with the
110.
product as well as players. That's been the nice thing about it. At the start, we could only really have players from, well, England, and most of the time the south of England,
98.
because of the COVID
100.
restrictions. You weren't allowed to leave your local area at the time.
Well, I mean, and then all the letters going out because it was classed at work as work, so we had to go through all of that rigmarole.
It had to be classed as elite sports people to even compete.
84.
And then
Richie
you had to go
Howson,
through that
12.
constitutional crisis of what was an elite sports person, which in the end it turned out by government code was somebody who derives an income through
Game shot
sport.
on the second leg. Richie Howson.
Correct. It's done with military precision down there. The players
Third leg,
marshal
Richie to throw first. Game
and
on.
doing the testing, and of course we had to somehow make a system to abide
81.
by all the rules that were in place. And they were segregated to us. Once you'd sort of gone in and done your test, you had to go into the commentary box, which
100.
was a little less salubrious than this one, let's put it that way. And in the summer, it was like a furnace in there,
Yeah, I did that
because all the computer systems, weren't they? They were in that.
in the next room, wasn't it?
Yeah.
140.
The heat that radiated from them was canny in the winter. Not so nice in the summer.
Yeah, that was that.
And you can't have a fan on because
No.
obviously
Because you hear it on even though we had lip with a
140.
mic, which does well to block out a lot of external sound, it's still.
gave off a hum, didn't it?
I remember doing a week in July, and it was that, you know, that really hot week over the match
100.
play.
You mean our summer?
Pretty much that, yeah. And that was on the Friday morning. That was pretty
125.
much. Well, that was sweat territory.
We had to incorporate an air conditioning unit into the players'
140.
the
Leo Carl,
actual
136.
TV area that would run in between the games just for several minutes, just to bring the temperature down there, because it was effectively an airtight box, wasn't it?
78. Richie Carl, 40.
It had to be soundproof for obvious reasons.
Just a 3-0, and this will put him a leg away
Game
from
shot on the third
qualification
leg.
for
Richie
tomorrow night's
Howson.
final, which will be in front of a crowd here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Far cry from that studio in Southampton. That is how far the Super Series is growing and
Fourth leg leader
evolving.
through first. Game on.
A very, very tidy performance from Richie Howson, just 46 starts used to win the opening 3 legs, an average of 98.02. And in fairness, Lee Cox not doing too much wrong, but has not got a double yet.
It's happening again.
Yeah.
Now it's 102.03, which is the highest average of the group so far. And he got beaten by Darryl Fitton in the last game of yesterday's session. He was one of those other players, didn't he, that ran into that runaway train 45. That was Robert Thornton in Group A as well. And they did get the better of Robert on Tuesday.
The runaway train from Scotland's Gary Anderson, isn't it? The Flying Scotsman.
91.
I don't know, ask Kirk. There must be in Hildesheim some kind of trains out there. Loves it, doesn't he?
He loves a train, doesn't he?
Wonder if he's ever done a quiz on a train.
$100.
Now Howson here is on the cusp. He is 210 points away.
Yeah, very frustrating night so
60.
far. Lee Cox is in a very tidy position before the off this evening on 4 points, but he lost his opener to Fitton 4-1, and he's on the verge here of getting done full zip,
50,
which will put him in a precarious position in terms of the leg difference, won't it? He'll go to -6.
59. Richie Howson, 160. $60. Lee Howson, 167.
Oh, this would be some way to save it. 167 with Howson set fair on a ton for the win. Oh, it's not going to happen this time. And so Howson then to send himself through to tomorrow night's final. Be his 3rd final here in Portsmouth. And we can find 80 more points from here.
Yeah, he went for the tops, but it was
60.
safe.
Lee Howson, 112.
Hail Mary. Not to be this time. So Howson is going to get his go at tops.
Richie Howson, 40.
His favoured double top.
Game shot on the match.
For a 4-0 win, which will see Richie Howson in tomorrow night's final here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. He gets the better of Lee Cox by 4 legs to 0, doing so with a 92.5 average. 4 out of 6 on the doubles, another really good display from Richie Howson. He's been putting them in throughout the course of the week. We're going to take a short break, and then it'll be our midway match for the evening as Davies takes on Johnny Haines.
Welcome back to what is now a fierce fight between 4 in Group B at the MODUS Super Series as we reach the halfway point in Friday's fixtures. That following confirmation of Richie Howson's qualification for finals night tomorrow. And it's a meeting between two players who won their opening encounters tonight. Johnny Haines hammered Howson 4-1, while Davies pulled off the great escape against Darryl Fitton. And if the Welshman can double up, he will get a grip on a top 3 spot for the first time in this group. He has just moved there after Lee Cox's defeat. A win for Haines, however, would see him take a giant step towards securing his spot in Saturday's finale. I will hand you back to Chris Mason and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yeah, this game has some huge weight bearing towards it. If Johnny Haines wins this, he moves on to 8 points, puts himself in a very strong suit to progress. But a win here for Davies, well, at the halfway point, you'd have the second and third place players both on 6 points and the fourth and fifth place players both on 4. We don't have to worry about Richie Howson anymore because we will be seeing him in tomorrow night's final. But the race for the other 2 qualification spots are far from secured from anyone's perspective as of yet.
Yeah, it's a massive game, this one. Because, as you say, Johnny Haines on 8 points. He's got 1 foot in the finals. However, he did win the opening match tonight, but it was far from convincing. He only averaged 75 in the process. David was 3-0 down and looking likely to be on the end of a bagel against the Dazzler.
134.
And then reeled off 3 legs in 16, 15 and 23.
140.
Which is the one he really got away with to take us to a decider and produced his first max in the match and then went on to 84 out. That's what's kept his hopes alive.
42.
We were talking in the break that no one's really been talking about David going into this evening's session, and he's going under the radar, but he's not going to be allowed to go under that radar for much longer, where this group has congealed together.
Well, even if he doesn't win this one, he's far from out of the equation because
100.
He'll basically be battling for a 3rd spot with Darryl Fitton and Lee Cox, and they're all going to be, like you say, on 4 points.
100.
Johnny won this tie yesterday 4-2 with his best performance, that 95.2, a 1-4-1 out, 4 out of 12 on the doubles and 2 180s.
81. Johnny McCall, 161.
Yeah, this was his best performance of yesterday's session. And it was his middle match.
137.
Of course, the fixtures flip from first day to the next. Davies will be hoping for a reversal of the fortunes. He won't get the second treble 20 on this occasion, so Haines will return for the double 12.
Yeah, this was match 6 last night. It's match 5 this evening.
Game shot on the first leg, Johnny Haines.
And he made short work of that. A 14 dart break of throw.
Second leg, Johnny to throw first. Game on.
Starting in the same vein that he left yesterday's encounter with.
Yeah, it's a strange session. We were
60.
looking at Lee Cox as one of the shortlisted players to at least take one of the 3 spots from tonight. He started leg 1 with a 180, 11 darter with a 96 checkout, and we're thinking, here we go then. And that's as good as it's got. He lost the next 4 legs to Darryl Fitton. Then
100.
in his next match, lost 4 on the spin to Richie Howson, so he's 8-0 after winning that opening leg. And that will play tricks with your mind. Needs to show some of that bounce
58.
back ability, doesn't he?
It's not easy when you're sat in that practice room and it's literally just...
Stewing.
It is. You're literally just sat there. You're usually with the opponent that's probably just done that to you. Probably sat
135.
opposite to you as well. As brutal as an environment as you're going to get.
Yeah, well, normally you sort of would go back to the players' lounge
60.
and grab your
David
stuff and
Ducat,
go,
86.
or sort of go and join family and friends in the VIP area. But here you're just literally sat with them all. I don't remember which player it was, but one of the players was literally going upstairs and sitting on the balcony after games. I think it was Kevin, wasn't it?
46.
Just to try and unwind a little.
Yeah, I know sometimes on finals night, obviously when the crowd are allowed in, families will come down and things like that. Sometimes
99.
players will go and
David
see their
Ducat,
family
40.
between matches when that's allowed, obviously with the crowd situation. But Davies here wanting tops for the breaker throw and to level this game back up. Double 10.
Game shot on the second leg.
Well,
David
two legs,
Davies.
both won in the space of 14 darts.
Both breaks of throw.
One more and they'll be even.
Third leg, David, you
Yeah.
throw first. Game on.
Got a match in our hands.
And we see the chalking of Johnny Haynes' darts done in the old school fashion.
Yeah, Fitton uses
60.
like a wax. Don't see very often.
Actually, if you watch Matt Clark tomorrow, he actually
Has-
the wax grip, doesn't
Yeah,
he,
in
in
his
his
hand.
non-throwing
60,
hand.
Yeah, it's just held in the hand with the darts. Bill used to, at one point, have something in his pocket, and then it ended up being on the players' drinks table.
180.
Is it David Davis's turn to make his move?
57.
Loads of different grip products around now. I use is called Stickum Grip, I think, but it's coming like a
97.
bag formed, doesn't it? Like a resin type thing. Not quite as extreme in terms of the chalk as Keith
100.
Deller. We can still see
David
the
Ducat,
board.
164.
We thought the board was turned wrong. You'll be able to see next time Haines
24.
comes back to the board just how much he has chalked it up between legs. We'll have a look at that.
Chalk dust.
56. David Ducat,
Wonderful.
140.
John McEnroe tribute track.
That's the chalk. Will this be the cheese?
130.
Did this yesterday. Took out the 140. Also took out 1-1 in the same leg.
45. David Ducat, 10.
Priority number 1. Get rid of this 10. Double for it.
6.
Well, that's become very chaotic very quickly. It all stemmed from missing the single 2 on the setup. Just lost confidence when it came to that final dart at double.
You aim for the
95.
biggest
David
part
Ducat,
of the
4.
number, the widest part, just as a bit of insurance. And
Game shot on the third leg. David
ultimately,
Davis.
that's all that matters. 20 dart hold, putting him in front for the first time.
Fourth leg, Johnny to throw first. Game on. $58.
Well, he's been timing his maxes, hasn't he, to perfection tonight. That's the second of this match. And it's put the Haines throw under
45.
all sorts of pressure.
Yeah, and that's the response. darts with had a treble on throw for Johnny Haines. See the
96.
shake of the head in the background there.
$59.
9 darts now without a treble.
$94.
But what we've seen so far this evening is just so uncharacteristic for Johnny Haines.
He's normally so prolific, isn't he, in terms of the
133.
scoring phase of
David Carr,
legs.
131. $57. $140. David Carr, 74.
And for a 3-1 lead. 2 16s.
$58. Johnny Carr, 66.
So 66 for Haines. And the bullseye route. It gives him the solitary dart at tops.
Game
That's all
shot
he
on the
needs.
fourth leg. Johnny Haines.
Despite the scoring prowess of David Davies in this match, we have a level game all square at 2 apiece. And that is mainly because of this
Fifth leg,
graphic.
David through first. Game on.
Yep.
$101.
Absolute control of that leg when he wanted 74. Johnny Haines was back on 206.
60. $96. $84.
Johnny Haines, the kind of player that you've just got to keep at arm's length, isn't he?
40.
When you get an opportunity to keep him out of a leg or a match, you've just got to keep him there. As we know, he can
60.
put runs together.
He's the type of player, you know, you're only going to get one chance to put him away, and when that comes, you best not waste it.
54.
Here's David Davies just beginning to regress slightly at the worst possible time.
140.
Haines is progressively getting better. Now with them 2 up, could be a recipe for disaster.
$92. Johnny Carr, 157.
Just got to resist the urge to force the issue.
$99. David Carr, 118.
Well, these are significant moments for David Davies, who had the opportunity to open up a 3-1 lead. Could find himself 3-2 down in a matter of
58.
moments, because
Johnny Carr,
Johnny Haines
58.
should get a couple of darts at tops here.
It's 2 out of 3 on his doubles. Ooh,
38. David Carr, 60.
that's the bonus for David. He has to take the opportunity. It's awkward, isn't it?
40. Johnny Carr, 20.
You could hear it there, the cries of Dave. He missed that double 10. He knows the significance.
Game
And
shot
Johnny
on the fifth
Haines
leg.
punishes.
Johnny Haines.
And he leads 3-2. He has the throw for the match. A game that David Davies was in cruise command of.
Six
And
leg Johnny
suddenly,
through first.
he finds
Game
his
on.
back firmly against the wall in more ways than one.
Well, he's getting done to him
66.
what he did to Darryl.
But can he pull off another comeback like he did from Fitton? And technically, this is a little bit easier because he only has to win 2 in a row.
81.
Yeah.
41.
Being costly mistakes hitting that single 7, wasn't it? Off the 74 at the 42. Had a go at the 32 at the single 7. Had to burn a dart.
121. $95.
Well, the winner of this game would fancy their chances of being at finals night. You can be here each and every week. Free tickets available via dartshop.tv. Tickets available for every single Saturday night up until the end of this series. Finals night on Champions Week is on the 6th of May. It's a 7:30 start every single week. 6:30 the doors open. Tickets are free, and we also have a brilliant offer. Free tokens for £10, free drinks for £10. It is a cash-only bar, but some really, really good offers, really good deals. And we're going to do some great stuff as well with the crowd. It's going to be good audience participation as well. Plenty of plans in the pipeline as well for that, which is good. As for Haines, this is for the match.
95.
Yeah,
David
there's,
McCall,
there's
100.
no catch. The tickets are free. You've just literally just got to register your name to get the ticket put on the door. Ouch.
80. Johnny McCall, 65.
To put him onto 8 points. To pretty much rubber stamp things. Johnny Haines is a 4-2 winner against David Davies. A game that the Welshman had in the palm of his hand. He had darts to lead it by 3 legs to 1. Johnny Haines capitalised upon those missed doubles and didn't look back from there, winning by 4 legs to 2 against Davies with an 82.18 average, 5 points inferior to Davies. Davies with a couple of maxims, but it was 2 from 11 on the doubles, which came to ultimately cost him in the end. Haines 50% on the outer ring. Well, that's halfway through the session for us here at the Super Series. Chris Mason is going to make his way up to the balcony to have a chat with Chris Murphy over the first 5 matches proceeding so far and what there is yet to come. And yet to come for us, Darryl Fitton and Richie Howson.
Evening, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it's that time of the night when Chris Mason has joined me for a little chat on what we've seen so far. What we'll do, Chris, we'll take a look at the table as it stands. We know that Richie Howson has qualified, but that win for Johnny Haines before the break puts him pretty much there as well.
Yeah, we're at the halfway stage, so there's still 4 points available for all the players. So it pretty much looks like now it's going to be a shootout for third spot between Darryl, David and Lee.
Yeah, I mean, we did see some madness, a bit of a freaky Friday afternoon, wasn't it? Matt Clark and Chaz Barstow and poor old Sam Kankit fighting it out for 3 spots there, but we might see 3 fighting it out for 1 spot now, though Haines will be very aware of what happened. But what we are going to do now is just turn our attention away from this week's play a little bit, because we do have the player reveal for next week. And take a look at this, because you are going to be very, very interested for many different reasons. Right, where do we start?
John Park. Yeah, great to see John Park getting a whole week here, especially on the back of playing in the World Seniors not very long ago. Great to have Kieran Tehan back. Be interesting to see how Steve West goes. Of course, another one of the players that have just lost their tour cards, and I think he opted to not go to Q School. He's due an operation on his hip. Adam Hunt, who looks in good nick, and our ADC qualifier for the 2nd time, Tony Wood.
Yeah, and we're looking at Willie Ball and the man who hit a 9-darter to win a World Championship match. Adam Hunt, who probably could have offered more last time. We haven't even mentioned Fallon Sherrock's playing next week as well.
Yeah, exactly. She's in there. Adam Lipscomb and Lee Budgeon. David Wazuski, who made a quarter-final today on the Challenge Tour, also looks a threat. And Pete Burgoyne, who started his campaign down in Southampton and is impressed. Yeah,
Danny Smith, the other player in that field. That's the 12 players for next week then, and one of them is no stranger to playing and winning on that stage. Take a look at this.
Who gets first go after just 4 scoring visits.
Game, shot,
and Tehan
and the match
takes the title. Hightower lands top and hits the heights by winning. And there is a hashtag Modus memory, Chris. The very first night here won by Kieran Tehan.
Yeah. That was Series 1, of course, and I ended up playing against Kieran, of course, during Champions Week, and he had to wait a while, didn't he? I think that was that week 6 of the Series 1. Yeah, Kieran Tehan, an exciting young talent, very tall. Call him Hightower, don't they?
Yeah, and he'd offered hope to everybody who ever struggles earlier in the week. He finished bottom of Group A that week, so all is not lost for players who come and don't really get off the mark quickly. But a quick pivot back to the evening's action, and an important match coming up next. Not for Richie Howson, he is already qualified, but Darryl Fitton, very much still in the fight, but every point needs to be won from now here on in, doesn't it?
Yeah, and you don't really want to be playing a player that's already secured their spot. He'll be playing with absolute freedom. The pressure's off. He can go in and just enjoy his darts, and there are always hard games to win. There's no pressure on Richie, of course, and it's all on Darryl.
Right, let's get it on. Henry.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yes, the games get bigger and bigger and bigger as the night goes on. And yes, a very, very exciting lineup for next week, headlined by the 3-time world champion, that is John Park. From a 3-time world champion to a man who made the semi-finals of the BDO World Championship on 3 occasions, no less. He was also the BDO World Trophy champion back in 2016, the major champion is Darryl Fitton, and the man who was so close to being the world champion in the seniors variety in 2023, Richie Howson. But you just get the sense that a major title in the seniors division of world darts is not too far away from the man that they call the Owl. Well, a weekly title may not be too far away from him either. It could be, well, by this time in 24 hours, he could be off the stage and he could be having his name written on that novelty check, which is sat just a couple of yards behind us in the commentary box.
Yes, wonderful, isn't it? Just can't get it into my my rucksack. It's still got all of his name on it.
Just like Darryl did through first.
He's over in Germany at the moment, in Hildesheim, competing in the Challenge Tour. Not gone so well for him so far, but 2 more tomorrow. I'll give you all the results from that when we come on air at 7:30 tomorrow night for finals night. Well, we know this man is going to be there with Robert Thornton and Charles Barstow and Matt Clark. Who will the other two be?
55.
Looking like it's going to be Johnny Haines, and then it's just going to be a shootout between this man, David Davies, and Lee Cox. It's always fascinating, these Group Bs. Always tends to throw up a lot of permutations. I thought this afternoon was bad, but this could get tasty.
We like it like this. Last time we were here, it was done by Game 3 of Friday night. Last time we were sat together in the commentary box.
140.
We a much busier night for the permutation people that help us behind the scenes. We've got notepads going 10 to the dozen here to the live lounge.
40.
Of course, you can get in touch with us. It is at MSS Darts on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Hashtag Modus Memories for some of your favourite moments
59.
from the past couple of years.
Feature of that performance from Johnny Haines was
59.
finishing, wasn't it? 4 out of 8, 50%, just 2 from 11, and that was David Davies' undoing because there was nothing wrong with the average. 87.06, 2 180s.
$140.
You'll feel as if that was an opportunity missed because he could have taken full charge of things.
Yeah, his destiny could have been in his hands, of course, and wouldn't have had to rely on
140. Richie Howson 107.
other results.
And so now he'll be hoping and praying for a Howson win. And so he'll be cheering on this 107 from the practice room.
75.
His heart will be in his mouth as that double 16 was missed. And it is that corridor that Darryl Fitton wants for an opening leg hold.
16s. Misses the treble. Gets the single. Tops, 1 in hand. It's got to go. And does go.
The first leg. Darryl Fitton.
Big dart, even this early on in the match. Don't want to be going down a break early. So Richie
Second leg,
Howson,
Richie to third first. Game on.
as I said to Murph, having qualified now, the pressure's off. He's playing with absolute freedom. And that is often where you see players produce some of their very, very best starts.
Makes you the most dangerous spoiler possible. Because all he can do, well, he can just ruin it for 45. Other people now.
Yep.
Add insult to injury.
$131.
It's quite a funny mentality because you're sort of playing them and you're thinking, you're through, why are you trying so hard? But that's the secret, they're not. They're playing with freedom.
100.
You say from experience?
Yeah, absolutely. All Darryl will be thinking about is, where did I throw that 3-0 lead away earlier?
Haven't seen him since
100.
that game with David Davies. If he got over the line, well, he would have put himself in a great position. And at 3-0 up, and this is no disrespect to David whatsoever, it looked like near uncertainty was going to get the job done.
39.
Yeah, for sure.
Richie Howson 130.
There's definitely 6 from here. We may get 9.
$58. $57. Richie Howson 72.
It's not happened in this leg. certainly take just 4 holds a throw, wouldn't he? Well, 3 more from here.
Game show
Looking
on
at
the second leg.
Richie
Richie
Howson's
Howson.
finishing in all of his competitive matches over the last couple of years here. He's up around 38% on doubles. That's
Third leg, Darryl to through first.
outstanding.
Game on.
He's become a part of the furniture here as well, so that's over a large sample. Sometimes
Yeah,
you
it's a
players who
huge
play the
sample.
week and or a 2-day group, and that can
87.
be perhaps inflated as a result. But this is a huge sample with Richie, a player who always seems to get to Saturday night here at the Super Series. He's played here 3 times. He's made the final 3 times. It's an incredibly good strike rate.
Yeah, same as Matt Clark.
140.
Well, Matt Clark hasn't failed to make the final yet. Could he be the first player to appear in 2 Champions
135.
weeks now? Graham Usher won 2 weeks in Series 1 and Series 2. However, he then went on to win a tour card, so didn't appear at the second Champions Week. Matt Clark is looking to make that kind of history come tomorrow night.
41.
You know, already through are John Worsley, Owen Bates, Yella Klassen, who won through week
96.
3. Scott Taylor winning week 4, and then Mike Warburton winning last week.
It's a piece of toast for him, wasn't it?
60.
Nearly went 24 whole hours without mentioning that. I'm never living that down.
No, that is a modus memory that will stick.
30.
Just like that.
60.
Yeah, really funny
Darryl
guys.
153.
Oh, there's the 3.
41. $60. WK 112.
Well, I don't know how, but Darryl Fitton could find himself 2-1 up in this match.
Still finish. 97 left. Trouble 19 for tops.
52. Richie Howson 140. $60. WK 60.
2-1 to the Dazzler. Two darts at the top of the board. The open bed of double 10. That might actually end up being a help. It is a help.
Darryl Fitton.
And so Fitton leads 2-1. In terms of the scoring phases of this match, it's been dominated by Richie Howson, but Darryl Fitton with 2 holes of throw sees himself halfway towards the victory post, and a win that would put him into pole position at the beginning of the 7th round.
And he will be making the other 2 play catch up.
100.
2 could soon become 1.
Very Spice Girls like.
$140.
Yeah, David Davies against Lee Cox has the feel of a shootout, doesn't it?
Yeah, sure does. Because
83.
the run in then is Lee Cox will be facing Johnny Haines. David Davis will be facing Richie Howson.
85. $100.
Oh, hang on a minute. At 140 leads Fitton on 136. Suddenly, if Howson comes out dry here, the break of throw is very much on.
45. Darryl 136.
And only 45, so Darryl's got 6 at 136. A break of throw and a 3-1 lead. And a throw in the next leg to make it 4-1, but
80.
that is a huge dart. That means he should, all barring a disaster, get 2 at tops, or 2 at double 18 if he goes 20.
95.
Take your pick, Darryl. Take your pick. He's chosen tops.
$16.
But he hasn't found it.
78.
Huge, huge opportunity. He's right in the range, isn't it, of this man? Just when you think
shot on the 4th flag, Richie Howson.
you've got him pinned down, he rolls you over.
He is like a greased piglet. You just cannot get a stranglehold of this guy. Just when you think you've got him,
38.
you'll find something like that. A 78, a mid-range finish by and large, out of the woodwork, and all of the hard work becomes undone.
Yeah, you can see just by that visit how much that hurt Darryl. He had 2 darts
100.
at tops for 3-1. Certainly wouldn't have seen a start like this to the leg had that top's gone in. That psychological effect
96.
those moments can have.
$131.
When that first dart is just touching the top of the wire like that, it's such a nice guide. The way Fitton's darts stand up to attention. Saw 2 join alongside.
$140.
Reply. Big leg from Howson so far. Ton 131, 140.
$119. Richie 130.
Well, this would just be so typically Richie. But it's not going to be this time.
32.
Look of absolute disgust because he's still left himself with plenty to do on 98. Can he sneak one around that? No.
92.
Tidies up.
Richie 98.
Just took 78 out in 2. Come on, it's double 19 to take 98 out in 2.
88.
And so Fitton gets an opportunity. You don't sense he's going to get another in this leg if he doesn't convert this double 8. He's already been served notice.
Game shot
And the Dazzler finds himself a leg away. He's doing what he needs to do up to press.
What he needs to do is win.
Six flag Richie to throw first. Game on.
Already lost one match tonight, 4-3. Heartbreaking for him. Lose another. Could quite possibly
45.
end his hopes of qualification. All he can do, of course, is win his remaining 2 games and to see what pans out.
57.
And
100.
of course, we can now say that we're tempted by that possible proposition of an appetite wetter for the champion of champions, because we could see Richie Howson and Robert Thornton go toe-to-toe, maybe in the £5,000 match tomorrow.
121.
The way to prepare for that big event at Viva Blackpool. Well, next weekend now.
Yeah, qualifiers are Friday. If you're 50 and over, head over to
60.
World Seniors Dart Tour at wsdt.com. All the information there of how you can
85.
compete, and the winner of that golden ticket, well, gets the golden opportunity to face the GOAT, Phil Taylor, in round 1. Well, it's a quarter-final, isn't it?
Definitely put quarter-finalists on the CV.
Yeah.
140.
That's why you're sat here next week.
Well, I did get asked, oh, we haven't seen your entry in for the qualifier. I'm like, well, I'm working. Of course, a lot of people that work on this are involved with that.
58. Richie McCarr, 156.
And to be honest, I don't fancy playing Taylor. Not again. I've had my fill of that. I've had my fill of Phil.
60.
Thanks, Phil. We will see Mace in action at the World Masters at Westlands in Yeovil. Probably will get drawn against Phil now.
Yeah, probably.
Be your luck.
100. Richie McCarr,
David
96.
Cameron will be there, attempting to defend the title. That all started from. Ooh.
76.
Started from being down
Darryl
here,
Fitton,
didn't it, for
80.
David Cameron? Well, Southampton. And he decided to go off to the qualifiers at Reading. Won the qualifier, went on and won the Masters. Double 10 for full 2. Oh,
Game
what a
shot of the
dart from
match, Darryl
the
Fitton.
Dazzler. A dazzling display on the doubles in the end. 4 from 7. Ultimately is what got him over the line. The higher average, 87.67 to Howson. It is Darryl Fitton who just about keeps his hopes alive. He moves on to 6 points in the 3rd and final qualifying position. When we return, David Davies will be taking on Lee Cox.
A big match coming up now then between the two players at the bottom of the table as David Davies and Lee Cox go head to head. The pair of them on 4 points, both really needing to win after Darryl Fitton got the job done in the previous match. And Lee Cox, well, he could actually be eliminated if he loses 4-1 or 4-0 here. What a turnaround for him after missing out on winning Group A on leg difference. Back to Henry and Mace to guide you through Game 7.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah, it's the unforgiving nature of the Super Series, isn't it? I was pretty much convinced, as I'm pretty sure you were, Henry, that Lee Cox would be one of the three coming through this group for tomorrow night's final.
Well, just the level he's played at all week, and not just the way he's played, but the aura that he's had about him over the last 5 days. It just felt like there was a complete package around Lee Cox this week, and I don't know what's happened this evening, but it's just been a slight regression from what we've seen from Monday to Thursday. And yeah, this is effectively a shootout, no matter what happens from here. Okay, 4-0 4-1 will officially end Lee Cox's chances, but I think even a defeat by any margin realistically is probably too much to make. Well, it will be too much, in my view, to make up with the short amount of time that there is left remaining. After this one, the 3 players, 3rd, 4th and 5th in the table, have all completed 7 games. Johnny Haines would be the outlier on 6. And he takes on Darryl Fitton after this one. Fitton, interestingly, just having a look at the bookmakers' markets, is 11-8.
Wow.
That has not changed.
40.
This one, Davis was even money. Lee the 8-11 favourite.
45.
Suggested to Henry in the break that at some point, I mean, Lee's been in such great form. He started the night impeccably with a 96 checkout in 2, an 11 darter and a 180, and
96.
then has gone on to lose 8 on the spin without reply.
100.
It's what psychological effect has that had? He just lost all confidence.
And it is one of those cases of what can be gained can then be lost so quickly.
Well, you start to almost convince yourself, as Murph mentioned,
95.
right at the top of this match, that he was only edged out on leg difference from winning Group A. And you just start to maybe convince yourself, it's not my week.
95.
That will have a negative impact, of course.
$137. David O'Carr, 118.
Well, we've seen David left on this on a couple of times tonight. Is he going to take it out on this occasion?
He does love a ton plus finish.
78. Lee O'Carr, 82.
He's had plenty of them, hasn't he?
Times he's had to rely on them. Can Cox rely on tops?
62. David O'Carr, 40.
Didn't get a double last time out.
Getting shot on the first leg, David Davis.
First match that he lost 4-1 from being 1-0 up. He only had 1 dart, a double, and that was
second
about
leg leader
96.
through first, game on.
And that suggests that the scoring element of his game has completely collapsed.
140.
Right on cue, it's a 140.
134.
Sometimes the best thing to say is nothing.
60.
Well, the beauty of this game, you're only sort of one good leg away from recapturing that form. Or even sometimes just a moment, a big finish under pressure out of the blue.
96.
And the biggest reference point for that was Graham Usher. That 9 darter he hit against Dan Reed in Southampton. First 2 legs he struggled.
60.
Then he found a mid-range checkout. He then hits a 9 and then he just goes absolutely crazy for another couple of legs. Last matches can change by the flick of the switch.
Didn't he have 4 ton-plus finishes in that? 4 out of 4 on the finishes, 4 ton-plus finishes, and a 9. It's almost like the terrific match.
You cannot top that.
137.
And still Dan Reed won 2 legs. Sure, we'll see him down here soon, down the man. It's been a little while since we've seen him here.
Yep.
55.
Another one of the players over at
141.
on Challenge Tour duty in Hildesheim in Germany this weekend.
45.
Pro Tour
David
action
Dakar,
actually gets
82.
underway in the same venue on Sunday and Monday, and then Euro Tour qualifiers on Tuesday. All the players that are actually over in Hildesheim right now will be flying back on Sunday. I would have thought straight into Southampton
42.
if they could have
Leo
got that
Carr,
flight.
96.
Should maybe do a side hustle of airport runs. £60 ahead.
38. David Dakar, 40.
Got nothing better to do next week.
Oh, yeah. Another week off.
35. Leo Carr, 58.
Tops.
Game shot on the
This
second
time he
leg.
finds it. Level at 1 apiece we are. You can just tell with a bit of tension on the stage.
Third leg, David, to throw
that
first.
both players
Come on.
know the importance and the significance of this particular match. No eye contact whatsoever. It is purely business-like from the
96.
pair. Much an opposite of what we saw from John Michael last week.
Yeah, he's the
60.
opposite, isn't he? He's really animated. Fun to watch, though.
Oh, riveting entertainment.
85.
Same reasons why these games can be encapsulating is as much as a match between Manley and Jenkins can be fun.
60.
I was sat up on the balcony presenting that one, and I could hear every single conversation that was had on stage. Put it that way, we might as well have just muted the commentators, turned them off for that
78.
match, and we should have had a boom mic on the stage. It would have been entertaining. However, I'm not sure whether it would have been broadcastable.
No, not until
100.
not until midnight.
Even then, we'd have to question it.
Just not happening for Lee here. 60-60 and a ton. They've been all round it. Again, when you're struggling, it just feels like they
140.
They won't go,
David
but-
Dakar, 142.
140 keeps him interested in the leg, that's for sure.
$45. Leo Carr, 141. $105. David Dakar, 97.
As he sets up to leave double 18 on the next turn, if there's a next turn.
The way his night's going. I was going to say, the way it's been going, this goes.
57. Leo Carr, 36. No score. David Dakar, 40.
So the Welshman gets another go.
see the body language of Lee Cox. He's absolutely raging.
No score.
Mark gets another chance.
Leo Carr 36.
I understand the significance of this match as well, of course.
Game shot on the third
This
leg.
isn't just
Lee
another
Cox.
one of the many round-robin games. There's huge implications in terms of who may qualify
Fourth leg leader
out of these
first.
two.
Game on.
Of course, by winning that second leg, it means he can't be eliminated in this match. A 4-1 or 4-0 defeat, he would have been out of the process altogether. So he's been given a stay of execution until the last match, but you feel realistically he's going to need a win.
58.
Yeah, for sure. Must-win game for both. They say Lee's going to be
139.
playing Johnny Haines in his final match, and David Davies playing Richie Howson. And just in terms of difficulty, Richie Howson's 1-3 to beat David Davies, where the Lee Cox Johnny Haines match is very much a pick-em.
85.
As I say, his timing of maximums
137.
tonight has been immaculate. But is it in vain?
$97.
All he could do, really, from the 3-4-3, of course.
54. Leo Carr 40.
Tops for 3 on the spin.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Lee Cox.
Best leg of the match so far, a 13-dart hold for Lee Cox. He is on the brink. A much-needed win.
Fifth leg David to throw first. Game on.
He can win it 4-1. David Davis would be in all sorts of trouble because he would be on -7.
100.
I think that's too big a gap to close.
Won't be mathematically impossible, but
140.
realistically, it's not going to shift, I don't think, when you look at the way the fixtures pan out for the rest of the night. Davies has got to play Howson in his final game of the evening.
There's no 4-0 there.
180.
Starting to find those now.
140.
He's a treble here.
57.
He's come up dry. He's left himself a finish, but he's handed the initiative to Cox.
40.
But he
David Carr 164.
couldn't take advantage, so it's 6 on 164 to bring it back to 3-2.
$35.
Put a much of a dent in that.
$30. David Carr 129.
Tungsten tension. Oh. Ooh.
89.
Basically
Leo
saying
Carr
to Lee
151.
Cox, you can't take out 151.
Oh, this would hurt. This would severely hurt. Oh, that would have been a
131.
gut-wrencher.
David Carr 40.
Wowzers. That was a brave move. Almost, ultimately.
Game shot on the fifth
Cost him
leg.
dear,
David
but he
Davis.
dodges a bullet there. 17-dart hold. But this is the key leg for Lee Cox as he has the honour.
He who dares,
Fifth leg leader
Rodney.
through first,
Or is
game
it
on.
Dave?
All right, Dave. Be cool, Trig.
45.
I'll get the sandwiches because you bought the rolls. I haven't got him in my ear, but I can imagine next door Charlie's probably on a Only Fools and Horses pun off.
96. $137. $118.
Well, a defeat here for Lee Cox would put him in the back
81.
seat where early on tonight he was the driver.
$100.
Not going to be another perfectly timed max for Davies, is it?
140. Leo Carr, 142.
Come out of the hand there, didn't it, the final dart? Remember it, Lee Cox.
100.
The dart at tops of the
Debut car,
151 to win it
83.
4-1.
That was a tense start. Not properly released in the hand. He steps back to recompose because he knows
43. Leo
that
Carr,
staring him in the
42.
face could possibly be the barrel of elimination. Not technically, but most probably if Cox can convert.
Game shot on the match.
And yes,
Lee
he
Cox.
can, off the barrel and in. And Lee Cox claims a 4-2 win against David Davies. And so Cox and Fitton are in that race of third place. David Davies can still qualify, but it is going to be an uphill battle from here because he takes on Richie Howson in the final game of his particular session, and he's going to need a big victory. A big game coming up next. It involves Darryl Fitton, the man who currently occupied third spot in the league standings. He takes on Johnny Haines, who's going to have a big bearing as to who is going to come out of Group B and into the finals night. It's Haines v Fitton after this short break.
And so 3 matches remain in Group B. Just 2 places remain at finals night, but one of them might be about to go. Johnny Haines taking on Darryl Fitton, the man in 2nd place. Haines, if he wins this match, he'll join Richie Howson in qualifying for finals night. But defeat, and it could get very interesting, because you can see there that the chasing pack all still in contention. Howson, who's already through, takes on Davies, and then Lee Cox will meet Haines in the last match. So Johnny Haines would really want to get the job done here and avoid that late drama. Let's see if he can do it in the company of Chris Mason and Henry Deacon.
Thanks, Murph. Yeah, still plenty of permutations with 3 matches to go. But a win for Johnny Haines, who will join Richie Howson, Robert Thornton, Matt Clark and Chaz Barstow in tomorrow night's final. And if you want to be here down in Portsmouth, tickets are free. Head over to dartshop.tv, book your ticket, come to the venue at 6:30 when the doors open, and come and enjoy, well, what could be a dazzling night of darts if Darryl can get a win here against Johnny Haines. It didn't work out for Darryl last night. He was
First leg, Johnny
handily
to throw
beaten
first.
4-2 by Johnny.
Game on.
Well, it's brewing up quite nicely to be a very, very good finals night here at the Super Series. We know we've got Robert
125.
Thornton here. We know that we've got Richie Howson here. We know we've got Matt Clark here. Chaz Barstow's going to be here as well. Johnny Haines has his destiny in his own hands. He
42.
plays 2 of the final 3 matches tonight.
Might even get Andy Jenkins here. He usually pops in on a Saturday night, doesn't he?
Yes. He'll be
140.
beside the stage instead of on it, though, this week. Oh, we'll know if Andy's here.
$95.
We'll get told what we've done wrong this week. Which means if he turns up an hour before, we will not make it for the first match.
100.
Oh, Johnny Haines sharp out of the blocks here. 125, 140 ton. 136 after 9.
$100. Johnny O'Carr, 136. $45. $55. Johnny O'Carr, 91. $51.
It's been a solid start for Haines, who's left tops after 15. Fitton can only try and apply much pressure as he possibly can.
139. Johnny O'Carr,
139
50.
does exactly that, but it's tops for Haines. 2 10s.
No score.
Ooh.
Darryl O'Carr, 70.
Next door. $54 for double 8. There's the 54.
Game shot on
Missed
the
darts.
first leg. Darryl Fitton.
Punished by Darryl Fitton. The missed darts from Johnny Haines at doubles. Had 3 of them. Fitton
Second leg,
clinical
Darryl to throw first.
on the
Game
70.
on.
Here's a bonus, a break of throw.
Leg which he looked as if he had no part in that he's managed to win.
Until that 139 at the death.
$85.
And if he was to make his way through to tomorrow night's final, one thing that Darryl Fitton would most definitely do
41.
is embrace the occasion.
Yeah, for sure.
$45.
A win for Fitton. Puts David Davis out. He only has an outside mathematical chance of
60.
snaring that third spot.
$100.
Haines has stolen the darts here, looking to break straight back.
96. $24. $140.
Good visit there for Fitton to leave himself on 107.
$60. WK 107.
Just a bit erratic at the moment, Johnny Haines. It's clinical in leg one.
75.
Has the luxury of time, though, here in leg two to get the job done. And it would be to back the break up in the opener with a hold in the second to really stamp his authority upon proceedings and to really
45.
make life
Darryl
difficult
32.
for Johnny Haines. He is on 8 points, but he's far from through as
Each
of
on the
yet as
second
Fitton
leg.
doubles
Darryl
his
Fitton.
advantage.
Incredibly, just looking back at the night, had he converted that 3-0 lead into a win against David Davis,
Third leg Johnny to throw
a
first.
win here, and he would have been on exactly the same points as Richie Howson.
97.
This was a fellow who lost all of his opening 3 matches last night. What a difference a day makes.
Super Series, eh?
60.
24 little hours.
Amongst the sun and the flowers. Anything but sunshine and flowers in Portsmouth at this time of day.
60.
It was a little brisk earlier, wasn't it?
It'll be a little bit windy with a waft probably of kebab around here. And not the nice German kind either.
41.
No.
I'm back in next Friday night. Maybe we should have a German kebab treat night.
Sounds good, pal. I'll meet you here at 6:30.
57.
I take it it'll be on me then. That'll be one for the social media album. Hashtag Modus Memories.
$140.
Keeps finding that all-important visit.
137. $100. Johnny O'Carr 150. 83. Darryl Fitton 160.
May only get one dart at a double off of that 67.
Johnny O'Carr
Oh, just couldn't
67.
find the room in the red bit. 14 ball, it's not even going to be a dart at a double. Well, the ball's a double, of course, but it's the smallest target on the board.
Game shot on the
And
third
Johnny
leg.
Haines
Johnny Haines
finds it with no drama at all. 18 dart hold closes the gap to 1, but Darryl Fitton still has that insurance.
Fourth leg Darryl through first. Game on.
The break of throw.
$56. $100. $60.
Little bit of a laugh and a chuckle there. That was a oh crikey moment.
125.
Now that definitely was a Modus memory. If you haven't seen that, it's somewhere on YouTube. Keenan Kay was acquiring 25, but the other player's flight had dropped off the dart. And Paul Higgs was
96.
bending over as he announced the 25, and he forgot that the mic was still in his hand, and he just muttered underneath his breath, "Oh crikey!" But it was close enough to the microphone that you could actually hear it. Me and Corinne Hammond couldn't contain ourselves.
180.
It was Gary Blade's dart that he picked up, and yeah, me and Corinne, it was the end of the match, but we just couldn't call the end of the match.
77. Johnny O'Carr 96.
Two darts, the double 18.
60.
Two well thrown darts,
Darryl
just
O'Carr,
unlucky.
112.
That was for an 11 darter. Ooh. Tops.
72. Johnny O'Carr 36.
So, for a reprieve for Haines.
And to put us back on throw. This should fly in. And
Game
does.
shot on the fourth leg. Johnny Haines.
15 darter in the end. Back-to-back legs. And parity.
Desmond.
Fifth leg Johnny to throw first. Game on.
This is, of course,
85.
Darryl's final game.
$99.
Loses this one. He will have to rely on Johnny Haines defeating
60.
Lee Cox for Darryl to go through.
It's a game that Darryl's had in the palm of his hand. That's what he feel most frustrated about.
Could well come down to
97.
that earlier match where he led 3-0 against Davies.
$100.
There's the side-on angle of the player's throws. Well, there was until he decided to go downstairs.
134.
Good visit. Good use of the cover shot on the 19s.
140.
Treble 17.
97.
Would have left
Johnny
tops.
O'Carr 116.
Right then, Darryl. This game is in the
40.
palm of your hands.
Johnny O'Carr
Takes the
74.
74 out. Throw for the match.
Brucey bonus. Double 16. One left in hand. It's not a bad guide for him, is it?
58. Johnny O'Carr 76.
It may have been too close.
So Haines is going to get... Well, he should have. He should have
36.
had his dart,
Johnny
but he
O'Carr
didn't.
16.
He missed the big number. Criminal mistake number 1.
He can't believe it. Darryl probably can't believe he's getting another chance, but again, I think that's too close. Wow.
He has to move across. Can he find a way? Oh,
Game
what
shot
a
of the
dart!
fifth leg.
What a
Darryl Fitton.
time for Darryl Fitton!
Well, that is a modus memory. That's one of the best thrown darts you will see this week.
And as for David
Six leg Gallagher
Davies,
through first.
that
Game
is
on.
that. He shall depart the scene, stage left. He will have his farewell swan song for now at the Super Series against Richie Howson next up. As for Darryl Fitton, well, he's taking centre stage.
There's a couple of darts this week. There was a ball from Robert Thornton
100.
where it was obscured. There was one from Lee Cox that comes to mind, and well, that double 8 there, remarkable. Had to move, changes the angle of entry, changes
43.
the distance to the target. Outstanding effort.
And so we know now it will
137.
come down to Haines, Fitton and Cox now for that spot. David Davies eliminated. He's played well tonight. Played well yesterday in times. He got better as the evening went on, but it will be an elimination for him. We will
100.
see him one more time. And I'm sure we'll see him again after that here at the Super Series.
Yeah, absolutely.
$100.
Fine final arrow. What do you do for another one of those?
100.
Two
Johnny
great
O'Carr
sons back to back.
164.
So Fitton now
132.
for the match.
Johnny O'Carr 78.
Should get a dart. Single. For the double, Haines nods his head in the background. He thinks this is going to go, but it won't
58.
go.
Johnny O'Carr
The
32.
tops hasn't been kind to Darryl.
Game shot on the sixth leg. Johnny Haines.
Oh, a match dart has come and gone. Could well be the difference between qualifying
Seventh and final leg. Johnny to
Or
throw first.
tomorrow night.
Game on.
or heading up the M5 and M6.
Well, you know those
60.
too well by now.
Yeah, absolutely. Car almost does it on autopilot.
You'll be frequenting yourself across all the Portsmouth establishments over the next few weeks.
97.
All the food, all the carveries. You still got to find that curry house.
Yeah.
We're not going back to that place, I heard.
No, we're not, mate. The next curry house we go to, I'll be picking.
60.
You've had 2 bites of the cherry and you let me down miserably.
In fairness, the first one, was on Taylor's recommendation. He's one of our scalpers here, does a brilliant job. And I said, no, we're not going there. We went
100.
there. And yeah, I totally agree with that one. The second one I can take full blame and responsibility for.
$123. $96.
Enjoy a nice booner, didn't we? Well, I enjoyed a nice booner.
44.
Don't eat booners. Might as well not even bother having a booner. Might as well just go to, I don't know,
Well, at least you...
have some
84.
chicken soup or
Well, at
something.
least I didn't have Charlie's glorified yogurt, i.e. a korma.
I think he's more of a tandoori man, isn't he? He likes the old...
60. Darryl Fitton, 124.
Meanwhile here, big moment coming up for Darryl Fitton. 1-2-4 for the match in this crucial Group B encounter in the race for qualification for finals night. It's one down of the bull.
99.
Second
Johnny
match
O'Carr,
start.
154.
I wouldn't put it past him. Oh, it's not going to go. Just missing the 60. 9 for double 8 for
46.
Darryl.
Darryl O'Carr,
And
25.
he will join Johnny on 8 points.
It'll make things very, very interesting. Big dart incoming. Big moments incoming.
Game shot
And
in the
double
match,
8
Darryl
works for
Fitton.
Darryl Fitton once again as he gets the better of Johnny Haines by 4 legs to 3, which means we're going to have a grandstand finish and we are going to go down to the last game of the session. Darryl Fitton has done his work for the night. He cannot control his destiny no further. He has played all 8 of his matches. He beats Johnny Haines 4-3, averaging 86.5 for out of 12 on the doubles. Haines will return to take on Lee Cox in the final game of the session. But before we do that, we are going to see Richie Howson in action against David Davies. It's going to be the last time we see David in action here at the Super Series this week. Whilst for Richie, it's a Richie parade lap before we see him at finals night tomorrow.
Welcome back. So that win for Darryl Fitton before the break means that he is now through to finals night, and Lee Cox and Johnny Haines will play off for the final place. So Cox would need to win that match 4-0 if he is to qualify at Haines' expense. As for David Davies, the best he can hope for now is a fourth place finish above Lee Cox, and Richie Howson, we know, has been through for some time and will join Robert Thornton and others on Saturday at finals night. You can join us as well. Tickets available for free via dartshop.tv. I'm sure Henry and Mace will give you all the details.
Absolutely, we will, Murph. Thank you very much indeed. So, these are the details you need to enjoy a blockbuster night out, courtesy of the MODUS Super Series. We're at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth on the south coast of England in Hampshire every single Saturday night. 7:30 starts, 6:30 the doors open. Tickets absolutely free. You head over to dartshop.tv. You register your interest on there. Then once you sign out, you will get a complimentary email. Check all of your email folders, whether it be your regular email folders. Sometimes always good just to double check your spam folders, things like that. Make sure you get your complimentary email, and then you can enjoy a night at the darts here. Bring your cash, because it's free for £10 token offers on the cash-only bar. It is a night out not to be missed, and there is plenty of plans in the pipeline which are going to be really, really good. It's going to be the Saturday night at the Live Lounge is going to be one of the places to be in Portsmouth on a Saturday night.
Well done, H. Well put. Do not miss out.
First leg is Richie.
Do I get the commission now?
Game on.
So this one is a dead rubber before Lee Cox faces Johnny
100.
Haines in a match that Lee has to win 4-0. Any other result or any other combination
100.
of results, it will be Richie Howson, Johnny Haines and Darryl Fitton joining Robert Thornton, Matt Clark and Chaz Barstow. And it really is a blockbuster lineup for tomorrow night's final.
100.
If you can't be here, you go live on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Sure, if everybody's got a smart TV, just go on there. YouTube will be on there. Watch it on your TV, watch it on your laptop, your
54.
tablet or whatever. And then 10 o'clock, we will also go live on the Sporty Stuff TV channel.
Or if you're going out for dinner, make sure you have it on your phone.
60.
Yeah, that's what. Well, I often, if I do my not too early gym session, then I'll have it on the treadmill. Stick the old
97.
earbuds in, and I'm sorted. Keeping up with all the action. I call it research.
It is homework. It is homework.
100.
Very much of a case for David Davies, very much like Lee Cox.
134.
What could have
Richie
been
Howson,
this week.
141.
Everything that seems to have gone against the grain for Lee Cox has done so. He was edged out of winning Group A.
89. David Ducal, 116.
And had to watch Gary Stafford miss 2 darts at tops and a dart at double six for him to actually win Group A. That's how close it was.
$58. Richie Ducal, 52.
For the opening leg. 2 16s. Just shuffle it across.
Game shot on the first
And that's
leg.
exactly
Richie
what he
Howson.
does. Clipping it off the barrel of that first dart. And in it goes for a 1-0 lead. Incidentally, if you actually look at the finals
Second leg, David is
field
through first. Game on.
for the confirmed finalists, actually play on the World Seniors Tour in Richie Howson, Darryl Fitton, Matt Clark, and of course, the reigning World
59.
Seniors champion that is Robert Thornton. If Johnny Haines progresses his way through, 5 of the 6 would have been a part of the WSDT Tour, which is some advertisement for the World Seniors ahead of one of their blue ribbon events next week in the
45.
Champion of Champions, which is being broadcast live on terrestrial television.
Another one of those tour card holders.
100.
Also won a week.
Let me have a guess.
We have to actually have a look at that. How many weeks have been won by players 50 and over?
60.
A few of them played in 9-dart shootouts as well. I'm trying to think.
Andy Hamilton.
In the history of, this is me thinking off the top of my head, in the history of MODUS Super Series 9-dart shootouts,
99.
6 players have played in them. 4 of them have been WSDT players. Yourself, Tony, Richie, Andy Hamilton. The only 2 that wouldn't have was Lee Shewan and Ryan Finesse.
Mere
60.
whippersnappers.
That should have been, I should have left that as a tungsten teaser, shouldn't I?
Well, that can be a tungsten teaser next
99.
week. How many players aged 50 and over have won a week in the Super Series? Jim McEwen, another player that plays on the World Seniors, a weekly winner.
180. David Ducal, 144.
Of course, Matt Clark last time out.
58. Richie Howson, 156.
All right, and Adams, of course.
100. David Ducal,
Multiple.
86.
Multi times. Well, minimum requirement would have been a dart of the ball, but he misses the 18. Decided to go treble 14 for tops.
46. Richie Howson, 56.
Not to be, so Howson returns for the 56 for a 2-0 advantage, but he misses the big number, a la Johnny Haines, and so it's going to be 1 at double 16,
24.
which comes and
David Ducal,
goes.
40.
And so Davies returns for tops to level proceedings up. 10s.
30.
Inside.
Richie Howson, 32.
And you do not want to present Richie Howson with many opportunities at the double 16.
Game shot on the second leg.
Almost
Richie Howson.
identical to leg 1 in terms of dart position, and then the double with the final dart.
Third leg, Richie to throw first. Game on. $97.
You know about Paul Hinks. Did you ever see the footballer guy that
99.
did the impressions of all the referees and their 180 shouts?
No, I haven't.
All right. Thinking about Joe Cullen. He mimics players' throws, and it's absolutely
100.
brilliant.
Glenn Durrant famously did Paul Hinks' corner commentary once, although I think he was in a
45.
glaze of delirium at the time. Though he was under peer pressure to do that, I should add.
95.
That could be a poll. Who's got the best 180 call at the MODUS
59.
Super Series?
It ain't Owen Binks.
Depends which one you're on about, isn't it? Well, actually, no. Owen
45.
Binks's doesn't count because he doesn't have a 1A call. He's a 1A call.
Mm.
$135. Richie Howson, 164. $60. $55. Richie Howson, 104. $56. David Howson, 108.
Can still finish. 96. Double 18. Some recovery. Oh,
Game shot on the
yes.
third leg. Davies.
Almost becoming expected with him to get a ton plus finish.
Fourth leg, David to throw first.
At least won a match.
Game on.
Def Taxes and David Davis with a ton topper.
Yeah.
$59. $100.
Had ton plus finishes of 138, 118,
139.
121, 140, and 108 there.
$140.
Should go back up because that doesn't look. Oh, maybe he's got a different sight of that than
95.
we have. 719s would have left 170, of course. After the single 19, could have gone back up for 2 treble 20s to leave 164.
$57.
To an advantage Davis here after that 57 from Howson. Remember, coming up after this, it's the deciding
58.
match of Group B. Haines against Cox. Crafty Coxey has to win 4-0. Otherwise, he is eliminated.
58. David Howson, 150.
Go on, David. Bull, bull, bull.
Do a Whitlock.
I don't know if he went for the treble or bull there.
75.
He went for the bull there.
Richie Howson, 146. $130. David Howson,
Slams
75.
one in the ball. To leave double 8. Single 18 for tops.
Game shot on
Desmond.
the fourth leg. David Davis.
Finds the tops. After missing a few early doubles. Just pinned 2 on
Fifth
the
leg, Richie
spin.
to throw
The
first.
108.
Game on.
Followed by the 75. All of a sudden, Howson's got a game on his hands. Only one match so far tonight.
140.
He's just done enough, exactly what he needed to do, pretty much.
Yeah, he did the damage on Thursday night.
140.
You want to get a win here. You want to go into
100.
tomorrow night with a bit of confidence. You want to go in to the session on the back of a defeat. Might be on the back of back-to-back defeats. It's the Darryl, of course, 4-2.
140. $140. Richie Car 121.
Back-to-back
Game shot in the
balls.
fifth leg. Richie Howson.
Hit the ball, of course, to leave double 8. Didn't get a go. Gets the ball there.
12 darts to
Six leg
lead
Davies to
3-2.
first. Game on.
Davies now throwing to stay in the match.
$60.
Also a reminder that we are approaching our big Saturday night on our birthday week here at the Super Series. We want you to be a part of it by tweeting us at MSS Darts with your hashtag
60.
Modus Memories, and we'll read out some of them on tomorrow night's program. There's the hashtag on your screen. We've got a little VT as well to show you in our program. Should be
140.
presented by Chris Murphy tomorrow night. And of course, if you're coming along in the crowd, please bring a caterpillar cake. That'd be much appreciated.
100.
Just any kind of cake. There's actually a beautiful cake shop across the road, isn't
Oh.
there?
See, this is the issue with where we're located.
Yeah, there's a kebab house across the road. There's a cake shop there.
60.
There's an Italian.
Yeah, and a pub next door.
First way, there's plenty around to whet the appetite.
$41.
Yeah, there's an interesting bar that's opened across the road, isn't there? Have you been in there yet, mate?
To be honest, by the time the session's finished, I don't actually get the time, take the car to go
46.
home and whatever. We did have a interesting night at Pop World last week. We had a little teen gathering.
Nice.
45.
Yeah, it was an interesting night. One of the great things about
85.
working on the Super Series is we have a very good crew and everyone gets along with one another. Never a chore.
57.
Well, we do have
Richie Car 150.
some good fun. As they say, enjoy your job. You never work a day. And we certainly enjoy ourselves here. Richie Howson will enjoy this if it goes
Game
in,
shot
and
the
it
match.
does.
Richie Howson.
Well, there was 3 ton-plus finishes in that one. It started with the 108 from David Davies, and then a 121 from Howson was trumped with a beautiful 150. 4 out of 7 on the doubles, and Richie Howson ends his night with a much-needed win. Our final game is coming up next. Lee Cox against Johnny Haines.
So the final match of this group will determine the final place at finals night on Saturday. It's Lee Cox against Johnny Haines. The crafty Coxie has been through it this week, had the chance to beat Robert Thornton earlier in the week to win Group A. Had to watch as Gary Stafford missed starts in that group that would have put him through at the expense of the Thorn. And now he is in need of a 4-0 win to qualify at the expense of Haines, who will go through if the O goes. Without further ado, let's get the last game on in the company of Chris Mason and Henry Deacon.
It's as simple as that. Lee Cox has got to win to zip. Otherwise, Johnny Haines will complete the lineup. Darryl Fitton can just sit back, relax and watch the drama unfold, whilst the man from Winchester, Chaz Barstow, will be sitting back and watching it all blow over. Whilst Matt Clark, Superman, he'll also be in the house tomorrow night. We'll see the Fawn make his return. Robert Thornton, who won Group A. And, of course, the man who we just saw beat Davies, Richie Howson. And so we'll dot the I's and cross the T's in terms of our finals lineup very shortly indeed. It could be as little as the next time.
Well, Lee did win this tie yesterday. It was the first game on, but it wasn't 4-0. It was 4-2. So it's a big task to fill for Lee, and
40.
Well, that just about sums up your week, pal. Yeah. And Sam Kankit. Both extremely unlucky not to have made finals. Nice.
125.
He can do it, of course, but I think it's highly unlikely he beats Johnny Haines full zip.
Now, we should note that both players know the situation in hand here. So Lee knows he has to win 4-0. He has been given that particular bit of information.
On request as
100.
well.
So the players get the opportunity to ask whether that's the players' marshal, or sometimes they'll quietly, politely knock the door of the commentary box and they ask for the scenario, then they will be given the scenario to the best of everybody's knowledge. Only fair. If they don't want to know, totally fair on them as well. That's their choice and their prerogative.
$140.
Well, it was hilarious yesterday, wasn't it? Because you had to tell Matt Clark that he was safe and through, because he thought he didn't think he was.
I got a bear hug.
Leo car 79.
Well, tops to get
59.
one of the four.
Leo car 170.
Oh, this would be beyond cruel, wouldn't it? Not going to happen, mind.
100. Leo car 20.
To get one of the four he needs on the board with no return and no answer from Haines.
That could be.
No score.
Just
Johnny
about
car
it.
70.
Is it all she wrote? It's going to be two at tops. And Johnny Haines is through to finals night tomorrow evening. The Super 6 is complete. And what a show and sign of respect that is from Lee Cox, who congratulate his opponent on the hockey on his progression through to tomorrow night's final. As for Cox, well, he is out.
Yeah, a bit of class that, because he's bound to be absolutely
60.
devastated. He had his heart set on making it through to Saturday night. And he has played some wonderful darts.
60.
One of those cases, you just got to take away the positives, because there's been absolutely bundles of them. Multiple 100-plus averages. It's certainly the best I've seen him play over a sustained period. Listen, after 3 days of a really tough Group A, he wouldn't be human if he
180.
wasn't a little jaded after 4 days of that.
I know it's very easy to say these things in hindsight, but he genuinely has played his best stuff here this week. The numbers in itself tell you it's the best darts he's played this week. He's broken his PB average twice.
100.
So 5 of the 6 players will be representing the World Seniors Darts Tour, or have been in the World Seniors Darts Tour. It's probably a better way of putting it.
Tour card holders. Actually do get a lovely little card.
Game shown the second.
Do you know what? That's class, Lee. That is absolutely class. He shakes his head because he knows the larger picture, but you know what? Setbacks lead for comebacks, and you know what? That was a little bit of class, Lee. Absolutely class, and it was well appreciated and well respected by Johnny Haines.
100.
Started the night with a 11 darter, and he's just had a 161 out there for a 12. I think maybe he may
85.
have put himself under it a little bit after yesterday. I may have overthought this situation, because now we're seeing him play like he played in Group A.
You've played in Group B before. Can you spend the whole day on the Friday, because it's 100. A 10 p.m. start, thinking about it?
No, I spent most of the day. Well, no, I spent most of the day in bed and eating. I was enjoying that
100
time. And I think I came in quite early.
45. Leo Carr 161.
Around about 7:30. Yeah, and just took it for what it was going to, whatever would be. I was
115.
I was happy enough to have been in a position to qualify, and I had to rely on beating. I think once I beat Darryl Pilgrim,
Leo Carr 46.
It was match number 2 or 3, then that had ensured my place.
Game shown the third leg. Lee Cox.
12 darter is followed by a 15 dart hold. He's averaging 99 right now. He must be thinking, well,
Johnny to third first.
Well, this is how you learn. He's just got to think about his mentality and his approach right now, and how he can
41.
implement that in his game going forward. You do really have to just almost switch off the brain.
95.
Just let it throw, let it throw, let it throw.
85.
I've had some snow lately.
The beast from the east.
125.
Global warming, and it's snowing in March. Righto.
Welcome to question time.
Yeah, answers on a postcard.
45. 63.
And of course, we haven't seen already, we have released the list of players for Week 7, and chief among them is the 3-time former champion of the world, that is John Parr.
100.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing John.
Yeah, our first ever winner under this building, Kieran T, alongside Willie Ball and Steve West, Adam Hunt and Tony Wood in Group A. Cox looks for 118.
Oh,
yes. 2-ton plus checkouts. And you must be thinking, he could have been through now.
Where was this? That's what you'd be thinking.
Fifth leg leader through first.
Getting them in off the lampshades at the moment.
Well, he had his chance in the first leg, didn't he?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he missed multiple darts at double, didn't he?
To round off that list for next week in Group B, we're going to see Adam Lipscomb, Fallon Sherrick and Lee Budgeon. Whilst Group C is going to see a man who's got to a quarter-final of a Challenge Tour today in David Wazuski, alongside Danny Smith and Pete Burgoyne. Lee Cox isn't hiding the emotion from his face. You can tell the bitter disappointment that he's going through, but what he is producing in response and in answer is courageous. It sums up his character. Sums up a man who this week at the Super Series has elevated his game up a level, and when we're going to see him again, because we're bound to see him again here in this competition soon, I think he's going to be a player
46.
That the rest of the field should be wary of, should be scared of, because he's improving time after time after time. He's going to feel the bit of disappointment and bit of low. Of course he is. He's
60.
Only going to be natural of him to do exactly that, but there's a lot he can take credit for, a lot of heart he can
40.
grab from these previous 5 days. Now, can he sign off in style with a 1-2-4 finish? He's going to have time with Haines back at 192, who, for him, the prerogative is going to be to get himself in the best possible nick for tomorrow night. He won a phase week last time out. That was week 11. He got the better of Neil Duff in that particular final. He'll be back for the big prize tomorrow. As for Lee Cox,
48.
He doesn't quite wrap things up here, and so Johnny Haines returns for 92 for 3-2 for a breaker throw. Went the bullseye route to guarantee himself a dart now. A 88.
76. Real car 20.
To end with a win. To finish with 2 points on the board. It moves inside.
No score.
And so Haines returns for the 88. Fours. Twos. Never lose. And so we're back to within a leg in this match. It's Haines to the throw to send us the distance here.
6 leg Johnny to throw first. Game on.
We'll have a reminder of the groups and the order of play up on the balcony with the two
100.
Chris's, Messes, Mason and Murphy, following the conclusion of this match, whether it be in this leg or the next.
95.
And then a reminder, we are back for finals night here in week 6. It's the only televised darts you're going to see this particular weekend. It is on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel from 7:30 p.m. tomorrow night, and then we're going to be live with you on Sporty Stuff TV. That is from 10 p.m. and that is going to be for the semi-finals and finals, as we will put the 6th name into the Champions Week Roll of Honour. They'll join John Worsley, they'll join Owen Bates, Yella Klassen, Scott Taylor and Mike Warburton in the Series 3 finals, which will take place at the beginning of May.
$100. $100. $96. Johnny O'Carr 152.
152 to send us all the way. Another one of them would have left double 16. So Lee Cox then to round off his campaign with a win.
132.
To give himself at least something to shout about. It's been a good week for him. Can he round it off with tops?
Game shot in the match.
And round it off with a win. Lee Cox gets the better of Johnny Haines. He congratulates his opponent because it's going to be he who makes it through to finals night tomorrow evening here at the MODUS Super Series. As for Lee Cox, he's had a really good campaign over the course of the last 5 days, but it is going to end there. High quality performance from him, a 93.66, 2 maximums to his name, 4 out of 11 on the doubles, and that 161 checkout, which was on the back of him losing that first leg, which saw him eliminated. So Cox is eliminated, Haines is through, joining Richie Howson and Darryl Fitton from Group B into tomorrow night's finals. One final order of business for us tonight. That is to head up to the balcony and get the final thoughts and reflections of Chris Mason, who is alongside on the balcony, Chris Murphy.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, and I think we've just seen a lesson there, Chris, for every player or every spectator who says it's actually better not to go through on Monday. Well, Lee Cox will be wishing he did.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think he needs to look back at that match and analyse it. The middle parts of that game, the 12 dart with the 161, then back-to-back 15s, another ton plus finish, and try and, whatever he was thinking during that period, is try and implement into his game, because he was playing with absolute freedom, and that's the secret to this sport.
Yeah, a quick confirmation of this Group B then. Richie Howson won it and won it well. Johnny Haines and Darryl Fitton joining him, and Lee Cox once again missing out on qualification on leg difference.
Yeah, and there was multiple matches, and there was matches where he led and looked comfortable and dropped those points, and that's why he found himself being just edged out on leg difference.
Well, he won't be at finals night, but the 6 men that will are the ones about to appear on your screen right now. Confirmation of the groups, and Robert Thornton, Matt Clark and Johnny Haines battle it out in Group 1. Chaz Barstow, Richie Howson and Darryl Fitton in Group 2. Where would you rather be?
Nowhere. In the comms box when I look at those 6 players. But yeah, I think the Group 2 looks horrendous, doesn't it? That's a real group of death. Barstow, Howson and Fitton. Thornton, Clark and Haines in Group 1. I think Thornton will be fairly relaxed looking at that.
Yeah, determined to get a win as well, Robert Thornton, who's been talking about, particularly here. He is going to be in action at finals night. You could be here as well, of course. 7:30 to start live on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, live from 10 p.m. for the semis and final on Sporty Stuff TV. It is part of our birthday celebrations at the Super Series, so whether you are going to be here
Bring
in person,
cake.
yeah, bring cake if you are coming, and have cake if you're watching at home. But whatever you do, make sure you're present. See you tomorrow.